numbers on that. I think somebody must be having them. Until the boy-child movement has come up. Isn't it? That is why at CARE we recognize that going forward, we are looking at empowering women, men, boys, and girls. Now let me begin my opening remarks. It is a great pleasure for me to participate in this inaugural Women's Rights Festival, hosted under the auspices of our flagship program, Women, Voices, and Leadership. And to be amongst so many inspiring and powerful women and men leaders in the room, our partners, allies, and others that are working towards rights, women's rights, an agenda that is befittingly themed, lifting her voice. But keep my earlier remarks in mind. Secondly, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our donor and our partner, the Canadian government through the Global Affairs of Canada. I've already acknowledged you, leader. Our CARE Canada office that works very hard. They really work hard to support this program. And of course, our CARE Kenya staff team that you've seen around the room. Our principal partners, I had not mentioned you before, Crown Trust, you are in the room, we had you. CRU, Uraia, and Urgent Action Fund. And then, of course, now I've acknowledged the representatives from all the WROs networks across the country. I want to thank you for all taking time to come here and make this event a success. Let me say at this point that CARE is honored to be in partnership with you. We're truly honored. And to share this experience that you have just seen being represented here on the videos from the time this program began until today. As we seek to empower women, let's make reference to a great woman known as Sheryl Sandberg. Some of you like reading, you can already Google that, Sheryl Sandberg. She's a powerful woman in the Silicon Valley and Facebook Chief Operating Officer. She says we need women at all levels, including the top, to change the dynamic, reshape the conversation, and make sure women's voices are heard and heeded, not overlooked or ignored. And men now, as we have already said. Her words shine the light on why it is so important that women's voices are heard within discussion on the dynamics of power and how it determines the way men and women are engaged. So please note that while we say that women are increasingly raising their voice, the engagement by institutions, policies, laws, to take the center stage that forms an integral part of what it means to be socially, economically, and politically included. That is where the matter is. We may be seen around in big numbers, but during this week, the question we need to keep asking ourselves, are we meaningfully engaged where it matters? Is that being seen socially, economically, and politically? That is a big question to answer, and you know the answer. And so we still need to keep working, even as we look at the balance. I'm aware that these WLOs in this festival will bring a lot of rich discussion on women's role in the Kenyan leadership, women's voice, political participation, reflections of the importance of women learning to work together across the generations and separately in their respective areas of engagement to safeguard women's hard-won, celebrated constitutional gains that we've made in this country, and to appreciate every aspect of the struggle and why it is important for all women. In addition, women's challenges, resilience, celebration of victories, and engaging conversations and stories around gender and other social justice issues, including women's political engagement, I've already mentioned, governance systems, economic empowerment, and a very important topic called gender-based violence. So, just to make a note on that, we're looking to bring gender transformation around the household, around the community, around various institutions of power, political, economic, because when that doesn't happen, when we don't bring gender transformation with both genders, it results in gender-based violence. Either way, think about that, reflect on that. And one important contribution that Care Kenya is making towards this effort is by supporting the partnership of WVO project in Kenya through its principal partners that include Community Awareness and Trust, Crown Trust, Uraia Trust, I've already mentioned them, to advance women's rights, girls' rights, sorry, let me say that again. Sorry, I mixed that up. To advocate for women and girls' human rights. I'm repeating this again because it's important, including their governance, leadership, political empowerment, and equality. So I'm going to finish by saying, to this effect, CARE, I've already mentioned, puts gender equality at the heart of everything we do. So, if you haven't heard about CARE's Gender Vision 2030, it says that without gender transformation, there will be no way of addressing social injustice and poverty. So we've put gender at the heart of everything we do. And I want to emphasize that going forward, we are going to be making sure that gender is fully included in all that we do. So again, let me say that you're in a very good place, because we are going to continue partnering with you to make this a reality. And one more thing I want to say, which I wanted to say at the beginning, and I said I'll bring it later. As we do this, our approach is increasingly going to be to work with local partners. This is, if I don't know whether from where you sit, you've heard about a conversation called localization. You have. You are all very enlightened. So CARE is committed to two working approaches: localization and gender transformation. So I'm here to assure you that you're in a very good place to continue partnering with CARE. We will look at working more with yourselves, and this is why I'm very impressed with the list of county representation that we have here today. Because we are increasingly going to come down and ask you to be mutual partners with us as we implement projects that put gender at the center of everything we do. They could be other projects, not just gender-specific projects, because the women and the men we serve have various needs, and we need to address that, but with a gender perspective. So we'll be coming back to you going forward to ask you to be our mutual partners. And so in closing today, I'd just like to ask you for two things. As you discuss, reflect during this week, especially for this project, if you noted, I started by calling it a flagship project, a flagship program, because it is one of our very significant programs. I have been in care for a few months, and so I already have taken note of the significance of this program. So one thing that I would like to ask you to do is to give us your expectations. How should we work with you? How should we work together? If you see care being here, and the key partners being here, and the WROs being here, I'd like you to undo that whole matrix. And during this conversation in the next 2 days, begin to tell us, let me say to tell ourselves, how should we work together? What are some things that we can do in the next year as we come to the close of this project and hopefully transition into something similar as we begin to engage with yourselves more, as I've mentioned, with the localization approach? How do you want things to be improved? That is very critical. Because I have also learned that we haven't exactly been within the timeline and the milestones we wanted to be in. So I'd like this to be a very open conversation as you go forward and tell us how can we improve things. So it was two things in one. So it's to be very open during these conversations and to give us feedback and to allow ourselves to reflect on how can we do better together. And so I want to take this opportunity to wish you today a very exciting festival. I am looking forward to see how we are going to celebrate in this festival. I haven't been in one before for this program. And wish you all the very best during the rest of the week for those who will be holding various conversations as we move forward with this project. And thank you very much, and I wish you a very good day and a very good week. And now, Mwalimu, our other two colleagues joined, so you can facilitate their introduction so that they know who is in the room. Mwalimu is teacher. Do you know that? So this is our teacher, head teacher in the room, and she will help you introduce yourself so that everybody knows who's in the room. So with those remarks, I want to welcome everybody, welcome our key guests as they come here to make their remarks, and after Mwalimu Dorothy will take over.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Yes. Leah, I think that's your name. Thank you very, very much. One more time in this table. Earlier on before you came, so I need to find out who's the Florence. Oh. Now Florence, apparently when she came, she gave me a smile. I had seen a photo of you, and I was like, Florence. And she was like, no, I'm Martha. You know the way it just goes, oh, yeah, you smile. Like, oh, sorry, yeah. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself, but before that, can I give you the microphone? Or can we ask you to introduce yourself? Yeah. Yeah, go all the way. I can give you an escort if you want, yeah. Yeah, big people in Africa can escort, you know, like, yeah. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you very, very much.
Hi, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here today. My name is Mona. I'm the program officer supporting the WL program for CARE Canada. I'm also supporting the WL program in South Sudan and in Côte d'Ivoire. It's a real pleasure to be here today to see all of your faces, and I'm really looking forward to get to know you all. Thank you.
Fantastic. Now, I know that in Côte d'Ivoire they speak French. Do you?
I'm French.
You're French?
Yeah.
Ça va, je suis heureuse de vous voir. Vous êtes très belle.
Merci.
Did I speak it well?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Let me just surprise you that I speak 16 other languages.
Oh, I'm waiting for that.
Thank you very much. Let's give her another round of applause. Then in this table, Martha had introduced themselves. Florence, please come. Yeah. wait. The African way. You go there, wait. The African way. That's it. I was going to talk about her height. Huku Kenya, wamama warefu, ni warembo. Sio hivyo? I'll give you a translation. Huku Kenya, wamama rangi thao, ni warembo. So now I'm giving a translation. Here in Kenya, if you're tall, you're beautiful. And here in Kenya, if you are light, that's rangi ya thao. Yeah, you're beautiful. It doesn't leave out all the dark people in the house. You're beautiful. Thank you very much, Florence. You can take the floor.
Hi, everyone. I'm glad I put little heels today so that I'm taller even. My name is Florence Allard-Buffoni. I'm the program manager supporting the project on the side of Care Canada, so very happy to see you in a great number today. I'm happy I recognize some faces. I'm not very good with names, so if you say hi to me and I look confused, it's possibly because I'm trying to figure out where I know you from, so I'm apologizing in advance. But it's an honor to be here with you. I'm so happy that we'll get to discuss so many things and hear about so many topics. I'm truly excited. I'm also supporting the WVL project in South Sudan, which we are in the process of closing. And this is our t-shirt today. And I don't know if anyone can see in the back, but this is from closing the project in South Sudan, leaving a legacy. And it is very much an expression that I would like for us to embrace today for this project. It is very much the mindset that I'm hoping that we are all coming in today. We are not yet closing this project, we still have way to go, but I think the objective for all of us is to leave a legacy. So it's for all of your organizations to be so strong, so powerful, so sustainable, and so bold that we can truly leave a legacy here. So that's my objective for the next 2 days and for the remainder of the project. No pressure. But yes, that's a mindset I'm coming in, and I'm hoping you're all here, present and engaged. I'm seeing with our Master of Ceremony that we are in very good hands. So welcome everyone, and thank you for having us among yourselves.
Thank you. Now, Madam Florence, you know, you've mentioned South Sudan. And South Sudan have something they usually say, Junuba Sudan, boy yay. And everybody goes, boy yay. You have.
I'm willing.
Yeah, so when I say Junuba Sudan, boy yay, you say, boy yay. Junuba Sudan, boy yay. Excellent. Everybody, Junuba Sudan, boy yay. Now, the interesting thing is also Sudanese are very tall. So apparently you must have really, really felt at home with these tall people around you, you know. Yes, you have. Yes, you almost blended in. Did you learn anything, even saying hi?
Well, knowing the basis of Arabic,
Yes.
we could go around with that.
So you know, alaikum salam, ana farahan fi nazrak al tawil. So somebody is very tall, you say, inta tawil, ana farahan fi nazrakum il jamil. Alhamdulillah. Leo litaringa hapa kweli. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Basic as, if you know 20 Kikuyu songs, who are you? Yayakoyo. And you don't want to sing what you don't understand. So you'll definitely learn the words, and then otherwise, if you don't learn the words, African languages are tonal. So if it is tonal, ukisema tiga komia and tiga komea, those are two things. Spelled the same, unajigwa. Ilibidi unajifunza tu like that. You have to learn it.
Now a round of applause for me. I want to hand this back over to you, Dorothy, so that you can actually introduce the keynote speaker. A round of applause for Dorothy, please. Thank you. Before we get the keynote speaker, I think we'll be able to give an opportunity to the executive directors of our principal partners who are in the room to say hello and just a word of encouragement and also part of the journey they have with us. So we'll start with Crown Trust. Yes, sorry for this. We'll start with Madam Daisy Abdani, Crown Trust, followed by Crew. Then we'll have Raya Trust, and we will be able to just have a note message that will be read in the course of the 2 days from the Urgent Action Fund Africa Executive Director, who are based in Zimbabwe. Over to you, Daisy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much, Dorothy, colleagues from the women's rights organizations as principal partners, CARE International, CARE Kenya, Global Affairs Canada. That was a bit of an ambush. I was hoping that you would call Crew first so that I could gather my thoughts. I came in this morning, actually, just now. But still, there's a lot to say. First of all, let me start by saying a very big thank you to Global Affairs Canada on behalf of course, Crown Trust, but also on behalf of the women's rights movement in Kenya. Because of the design of this project, it is unique. For the women's rights organizations in the room, we all know the complaints that we have been having. Not enough money, not enough co-funding, not enough admin. But here comes Global Affairs Canada, and they say we must strengthen women's rights organizations. And that means that we should give them money, we must give them money. We are so used to having intermediaries that tell you that you can only have this much. And so you are struggling. You are struggling to do the work and also be able to pay your overheads and basic costs. And it's a struggle, and it's been a struggle. But that is one of the key components that the WVL project really brought into focus, that the women's rights organizations should be given co-funding. The other is being dictated to by donors. Of course, they say he who pays the piper calls the tune. And so there's always been that dictation of what you need to do. We're giving you this money, but this is what you are supposed to do. But the WVL program came in and said, you prioritize the issues. You tell us where you want to put this money. We're making this money available to you, but you as the women's rights movement in Kenya, prioritize what the key areas that you need to focus on. And so giving us a measure of freedom to be able to really put the money where we think it will have the most impact. And then the institutional strengthening. Who does that? I mean, that is, most of the time with donor funds, they come in, you do a project and off they go, and you're left, floating. But the WVL program, one of the core components of the WVL program was institutional strengthening. So joint institutional assessment, and not institutional assessment in terms of looking for, there's always that thing of looking for where you're weak so that you may be disqualified. But looking for where you're weak and where there are gaps so that we can strengthen you so that you are able to be more effective in what you are doing.
And definitely, in the last 4 years, we have been strengthened. We have been able to strengthen downstream organizations. Then, of course, there's the visibility of the downstream organizations, because usually the organizations at the grassroots never get to be seen. They are seen through us. It's always the national level organizations that give them voice. But through the Women's Voice and Leadership Program, the grassroots organizations have been given their own voice.
And they've been given their own visibility. And they've been given their own resources so that they too can be effective in what they're doing. And so this has been a very impactful project, and I really just want to say thank you for that design. Working that design and respecting really the work that we do and honoring the women's movement and the women's rights organizations. And then there is CARE. It wasn't until recently that I discovered that CARE was an acronym. I thought that care literally meant care. You know, you can even see from the logo, you know, the hands. So it's like somebody hugging you, you know. And so I believed that that is really what care stands for, that care comes to care. In everything that they do, they care. Because that's exactly the experience that we've had with care. Such an excellent partner. A partner who comes in and works with you and walks with you. At the beginning, you know, Dorothy, one of the people that we really need to say a very big thank you to is Dorothy Asem. And for many of you, you do not know, because you know, when you are working with wounded people, they come across vicious almost, you know. So at the beginning of this project, Dorothy had a very difficult time, you know, just trying to allay suspicion, trying to allay fears, and calm us down and bring us together. And I will tell you that Dorothy has special skills, peace building and negotiating skills. She's an excellent peace builder, excellent negotiator, and a fantastic partner. She's been such an excellent manager. Even in terms of being able to visualize, you know, the support that is needed for the downstream partners. And so this has been a very unique experience, one that I hope Global Affairs will extend, you know, that this should have been like a pilot project, and now that, you know, we have been able to see, including around the corners, that it can only grow, you know. And so I really want to appreciate the work of Care International and Care Kenya, the hand-holding, helping us work through the challenges, being able to address the gaps, ensuring that our institutions are strengthened. Florence and her team waking up at the worst hours because of the time difference. When we are having meetings, Florence would be there at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning from Canada, you know, pitching in, you know, that commitment and that care that you have given unto us. And I'm sure I'm not speaking for myself. We've been able to do so much in terms of the impact. Our work has been seen. Crown Trust, even we won Trailblazers Awards this year, you know, in recognition of that work. Our downstream partners, there's one of them here, Dobie Women Network, that work with, they work with washer women, you know, the day laborers. Their work, because of this project, because we brought them in as network partners, and their work was seen, and she was even covered in the news because of the impact of her work. There is this program they have, it's called Mwanamke Bomba. How does that translate in English, Mwanamke Bomba? Strength of a woman, yes. So she was featured in the news. They have this show, Mwanamke Bomba, where they show, you know, the strength of a woman and the work that women are doing, and also received an award. Many organizations, the partners, have been able to draw additional funding. Through the Gender Resource Center, there's visibility now. You know, you can actually go somewhere and find women's rights organizations through the thematic areas that they work in, or the areas, the counties that they work in, the constituencies that they work in. You get to see their work. And so it's been a very unique project in terms of supporting the work that the women's rights movement does. And I do believe, you know, also because of the devolved system, strengthening women's rights movement at the counties. We have, I see Regina here from Muranga, I'm seeing Leah from West Pokot, Stella from Turkana, who have been able to engage with their county governments and petition them, you know, giving confidence for being able to, you know, engage with your county representatives. You know, previously it was just happening at the national level where you're engaging your members of parliament, but now we have county governments, you're engaging your governors, you're able to engage your MCAs and your county assemblies and get your voices heard. And building that confidence where they're able to petition and get their counties to move on some of these issues has also built confidence, you know, in them. And I'm seeing also Patience Nyange here, but I know Patience will be speaking later and she'll be able to talk about the impact that, that the project has had on them. But what am I saying? I'm saying that this project definitely is going to leave a legacy. But let it not be that you're leaving a legacy. Let's say we are building a legacy, because there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. The WVL program has brought the women's movement out of its shell. Like literally, you know, out of that struggle, you know, that daily struggle that also takes away your attention from focusing on what needs to be done. So in this final year, as we pray for another 5 years, but as we work towards the final year, we need to go out with a very big bang. And there is that opportunity, because you've been here in Kenya long enough to see how the political arena is shaping up. And the voices of women are not really being heard. And many of the issues that need to be addressed are women's issues, issues around the economy, issues about food security, issue about sexual and gender-based violence, health, sanitation, women in leadership. All these issues must be addressed. And so we certainly, the WVL project definitely has a role to play right now in Kenya. And I believe the work that has gone in the past 4 years have equipped us adequately to be able to shape that discourse and ensure that women's voices are heard clearly and our concerns are taken on board, and that we can also offer solutions to the current challenges that we're facing.
So I really want to say thank you and to appreciate you so much, all of you. Dorothy, Care. Dorothy, really, I think for you we can only have special prayers to say thank you, because the work that you've done with us and in this project is huge, you know. And I know you're a representation of everybody else, you know, behind the scenes. But you're the one that we've been seeing. Dorothy is the person that you can call at any time.
Anytime, and really, I mean anytime. Message her, call her, and say, Dorothy, you know, we're having ABCD challenge. And she's like, you know what, I'm on it. She will not ignore your calls. She will not ignore your messages. She will not ignore your concerns.
And there are many times I always ask her, you know, Dorothy, are you getting rest? Because I know we are really, as I'm calling her to trouble her, I'm like, are you getting rest? Maybe it's a weekend or something, you know, but that sisterhood, that assurance that you know you've got somebody who is
so dependable and who will walk with you and who will make sure that whatever challenges you're facing are addressed. So I really want to say thank you, Dorothy, thank you, Care, Kenya, Care International, and Global Affairs Canada, and of course,
to all of you who have made this project a success. Thank you to all of us. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Daisy. I was glad when I saw you because I thought this was going to be incomplete without your presence. So thank you. Let's give another round of applause to Daisy. Remember to pray for Dorothy.
Dorothy, we are praying for you. All of us. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I would first start with a lot of gratitude, because this program, as you said, 2017, that's when the negotiation started. But something also happened, because in the startup of implementation of this program, then COVID hit. And we all know what happened during COVID. But our profound gratitude really to Global Affairs Canada. Linda, I am looking at you because quite often government, including ours, well, ours doesn't have a feminist funding policy, but governments have feminist funding policy that do not follow money. So what Canada has done is to really leave the promise they made. You said you're going to have a feminist policy, but you also put money into it. So give them a big applause. My next gratitude is to Care Canada and the team really that has been working around this. I remember our negotiation in Sagana. In fact, when I look at you, every time I remember Sagana. CRU as an organization came in to be able to work with the nascent, you know, the nascent organization, some of them had never even been registered. You know, and they told us, we are coming as we are. And we say, we are opening the house, you come as you are.
And this program, what it has enabled us to do, in Makikul saying, we say, when you want to shower, you don't remove some of your clothes. You remove all of them, zote, so that you shower. So what I have experienced is that organizations say, we do not have strategic plans. We do not have a finance system. We do not even have someone who does our what? Our planning. Help us walk with the journey. So Care Canada and Nicole, please pass our regards to Nicole, because Nicole has said in this call, sometimes I'm just, can I wake up at 3 o'clock to listen to people in another part of the world, in another part of the world? At some point we even said, can we also organize to have our meeting where Nicole is awake on the other side? But she said she's committed and she continued to be with us. Please pass our profound gratitude to Nicole, because she did a fantastic job. And you continue to support this work as Care Canada. And then, Care Kenya. The team, Dorothy, I think Daisy has already said so much, but Dorothy, I think when they said there are people who are going to be pardoned in heaven, maybe you're going to be one of them.
Because, Dorothy, you have walked with us, you have listened to us, you have opened other doors really to be able to support the women's rights organization, and the leadership layer joined Care Kenya, Bernard, the team that has really held this program. We are really giving our
gratitude, because without you, we have been into other spaces where we are led by international organizations.
And the relationship that we feel here is a mutual relationship. We feel a partnership, we feel heard, we feel listened to, and we feel welcome at home. So thank you for the culture that you have set for really partnership, so that then we can be able to grow the women leadership program. My other gratitude goes to the women's rights organization in this room. You know, it's one thing to be given money and another one to be able to deliver. We've had so many other programs. We hear that people are given money but who are not able to deliver. But you are able to really go the extra mile and say, we are coming to shower, we have removed our clothes, we have come without systems, we have come without structures. Please walk with us.
So thank you. Let's give them a big applause.
So you've done a fantastic job. Going back to the Global Affairs Canada, you know, globally, women's rights organization only receive 0.13% of the national of the aid that comes to women's rights organization. So you've drawn a whole circle, and the women's rights organization only receive 0.13%. So Global Affairs
Canada, you are contributing to the 0.13%, and we really hope that that can be expanded. We have already done a good job. I believe we have done a good job as organizations, and really, as we come
to the last year of implementation, I think we are only going to go forward. And what I have seen as an organization, CREW, having supported 25 organizations, are you in the room?
Maybe I could be speaking to people who are not in the room. CREW, the 25 organizations where I see your hands, thank you. It's a testimony. It's a testimony that it is possible to
work with women's rights organizations that are nascent. You know, the ones that when we started, some of them had below 5 million Kenya shillings. Today, hey, they're even competing with us. Like CREW, you can be opening an office in Narok because we have Afia Afrique in Narok. And really when they are there, they articulate. One of the things that that organization has done is to push, and we worked with them very closely.
Narok County, among the 11 counties we speak about in this country having a gender policy, Afia Africa was part of that. Isn't that a great result? And if we hadn't contributed to that organization today, we wouldn't be saying.
Perhaps we'll be having a policy. So thank you so much. I see our friend Yasmin. You know, if there's a girl who, there's an
organization and a lady who has really spoken about our girls is Superb CBO. Powerful voice. Every other, she will not go even 2 weeks without seeing her in our TV station saying, we need sanitary towels to us.
Mr. President, as you think about your cabinet, we would want you to think about menstrual health for our girls. So thank you so much, Yasmin. We see you, we acknowledge that your work that you're doing, and please don't stop here. Please continue to do the much that you're doing. I see a lot of organization, and please, when I see Kengu here in Meru, you know, oh my God, where do I start from? Kengu,
Crew did some work in Meru.
And
we worked with women like
Kengu. And by then they were not registered. So when we went, we did the first call. By the way, when we did the two calls
for proposal, we received 1,800 applications. The whole organization came to a stop. Because if you're looking for 25 organizations and you have to read 1,800 applications, where do you start from?
What does that tell you? By the time you got here to be the 25, what wamefanya
kazi? What wamefanya kazi? But also it shows that the work that you're doing is relevant. And what I also like is that our working with women's rights organizations
has been very, very inclusive. It has embraced the diversity. We have worked with sex minorities. We have worked with women with disability. We have worked with women who are focusing on
livelihood. We have worked with organizations working on climate change. I see Parang right here in Narok. That organization is powerful. Those ones, they even got an international acknowledgement. You know that the work that they are doing on climate change
is really powerful. So the organizations are very, very diverse, and they have brought in, and thank you again, CARE Canada, CARE Kenya, Global Affairs, because that diversity, I know, in the second call, you really pushed us. You told us, don't bring us the organizations that are said to be nice. You must do things that are said to be even ungovernable. Absolutely. And you really pushed us to really be able to work with the diverse, because this is really representing who the Kenyans are and the issues that women rights organizations are constantly looking to support. So the work that you have started, and I like
what they say that we are not building a legacy, we are building on a legacy.
So let's build on that legacy so that our girls, our women, our boys, our men, but more particularly for our young girls, when they come back and see the work that we left, they'll be saying, we were here, we did some work, we laid a ground and a foundation that they are only coming to build on it so that it can be bigger, it can be audacious, and our women can be able to thrive in the counties where we are. And I'm happy because the work that we are doing, we're all in the 47 counties. I believe so. Leah was marking our counties where we are. We have ticked all the 47 counties. Let's have stronger women movement so that when we speak from Nairobi, we are able to support that voice in different parts of the country. When we speak from Mombasa or Kwale or Lamu or even West Pokot, we are able to support that work. Imagine, in this modern day, FGM continues to be a big issue in our country. Why? That sounds like modern slavery. And yet, it's practiced. So if we don't support the organization that is in Narok, in the one that is in West Pokot, to eliminate FGM, Kenya even committed, I think, in Vancouver to eliminate FGM by 2022. 2022 has come and gone. But it put a seed that when we had the president actually pronounce that, it got the attention of the president that FGM is an issue and we need to deal with it. I know I can go on and on but I celebrate all of you in this room. The work that you have done really, really warms my heart. As an organization, I must say
we have grown. And right now we're actually in negotiations with other partners who've seen the work we've done. And they want to put more money to support women's rights organizations. It's not a beautiful thing. So we'll be coming to you. We are almost at the tail end. And we are going to change this country. What's this? Thank you.
I know you for crew. I know you for many other women organizations who stand out. And because of that, we got
Sometimes I go to
women meetings organized by UN. And these are faces that you've never met. Daisy's face.
You meet them everywhere. In fact, a long time ago, I used to think that Daisy's organization and crew are the only women organization that exists. So thank God for giving birth to all this. May God bless you. May God bless you. And also partnering. Now I'm going to do something different. We have three more speakers who have spoken. But also T is standing in the way. So allow me to let your appetite for tea come. Close your eyes, pray for the tea. Then after the tea, the rest of the speakers will come and speak to you, speak to me, speak to us inside those videos, and we will keep that for life. Close your eyes. Father T has been standing between us and the speakers. I don't know why, but now we pray for appetite. There are those who have no appetite, but we pray that as we think about those things that we had today, Father, encourage us to network, encourage us to encourage each other, because that's what we've done since the beginning of this meeting. Thank you for the special leaders, women leaders that you have put here today. So as we pray for the tea, we pray that we'll get energy. Sugar is energy. And also the joy of fellowship and swallowship. Let's come back with holy anger, ready to hear what everybody else is going to tell us today. Fill us up with joy. Fill us up with beautiful smiles, because women have smiles that are killer smiles. Be with us because we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, clap for yourselves as you go up. Make sure that you remember now, before you go, wait, tell your name. Teach. That's learn. I thought it's learn. Yeah, learn, teach, and learn, teach, and tell your neighbor, learn, teach, grow. Learn, teach, grow. One more time. Learn, teach, learn, teach. Daisy unajua, leo ni learn, teach, one more time. Learn, teach, grow. Thank you. I'll give you 10 minutes. Come back quickly so that we can listen to the rest of the speakers for us today.
us. That's why we have the crown trust with us. That's why we have the crown trust with us. Community advocacy and awareness and awareness. Lifting the voice of women, 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 impacting lives, transforming communities, impacting lives, come from me. Oh, impacting lives, transforming, coming me. Impacting lives, transforming communities. Impacting lives, transforming communities. Impacting lives, transforming Women voice and leadership in Kenya. 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 Impacting lives, transforming communities. We have a crowd of trust. We have a crowd of trust. We have a crowd of trust. We have the crew. We have the crew. We have the crew. We have the Kenya. We say Kenya National Civic Education. Kenya's National Civic Education. We have we have the Care International. We have the Care International. Now it is impacting lives, transforming communities, transforming communities. Transforming lives, impacting lives. The real vision, justice society, where women and class enjoy free rights and live in dignity, 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 dignity for the Lord of us. Now impacting lives, transforming lives, impacting lives, transforming communities, impacting lives, transforming communities, impacting lives, transforming advocacy. right. We have the right. We have the country. We have the doctors. We have the life. We have the care. We have the Canada. We have the Canada.
Just by your side, for I was the soul who was lost, and my life was in despair, and among evil forces in which I played, guns and ammunition were my chosen way of life. With ghost-fearing people I chose to strike, and over the lives that are taken, they can never be replaced, no, no. But still Jaja chose to remember my face, for I never lived like he wanted. I was mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees, 'cause Father, you rescued me, and I've got the scars to show. I nearly made it to Langlife's road, Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark. He was the light at the end of the road. Yeah. I was a soul, I was lost, my paths were all dark, and I had nowhere to go. A life full of guilt with well, la, la, la. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, na, 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 na. Hey, 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 hey. So I'm coming home, everything will be alright. So mommy, hold on, everything will be just fine. See, I'm coming home, everything will be alright. So mommy, hold on, everything will be alright. See, I'm coming home, everything will be alright. Say, mommy, hold on, everything will be just fine. And so I say, oh, Lord. So I say, oh, Lord. And so I say, oh, I was a soul, I was lost, my paths were all dark, and I had nowhere to go. My heart full of guilt because of my previous deeds, yeah. And I cried, and hiding my face from shame because my life was in a mess, and my mind was full of stress. I needed a shoulder to lean on, and as I walking, I heard about a kingdom, about a king who's so precious and loving, who will take my burdens and set me free. Heal me, hold me, who's so closer than a friend, take me and guide me, who's so closer than a brother. So I decided to try him, and believe me, my life has never been the same. It has never been the same. No, 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 no. It has never been the same. Oh, it has never been the same. Oh, no, 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 no. If it wasn't for Jesus, where would I be? Me, I wonder. Pleasures of the world and sin would have swallowed me. Me, I wonder. If it wasn't for Jesus, where would I be? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pleasures of the world and sin would have swallowed me. Yeah. Since I met him, my life has never been the same. Me got the joy that I'm feeling, me a jump on me see. He took my burdens and he set me free. Me a sing to the Most High, the King of Kings. No hardship, me not got no fear. Through tribulation, me gone call on him who created the heavens with no power to hold it. His name is so precious, that's why I say. His name is so precious, that's why I say. His name is so precious, that's why I say. His name is so wonderful, yeah, yeah. His name is so precious, that's why I sing. His name is so precious, that's why I say. His name so wonderful, yeah, yeah, yeah. And we say, if it wasn't for Jesus, where would I be? Me a wonder. Pleasures of the world and sin would have swallowed me. Me a wonder. If it wasn't for Jesus, where would I be? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pleasures of the world and sin would have swallowed me. Mosa, So far, so good, living in today. But you don't know what tomorrow brings in this crazy world. People dying like flies every day. You only know about it when a man in a long them call knocks on your door. Cause you're his next victim. Imago we are living in this crazy world. 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 Leaders started wars anytime they want. Some for their rights and some for fun, and then their own glory. Yeah, letting people die for their wrongs that they do. Oh, it's crazy. Oh, na 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 na. Come on, little boy, say your prayer before you sleep. Little boy went down on his knees and he said, oh Lord, now I lay me down to bed. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. And if I die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Because they're living in this crazy world. Oh Lord, Imago we are living in, and living in this crazy world. We are living in, and living in this crazy world. We are living in, and living in this crazy world. We are living in, we are living in, and living in this crazy world. We are living in, yeah, this crazy world. We are living in, yeah, this crazy world. We are living in, Imago living in this crazy world. We are living in, yeah, this crazy world. We are living in, yeah, this crazy world. We are living in, yeah, this crazy world.
Jose J, that's fantastic. And Denise, manuscript. All right, just before we go to the next session, manuscript.
Yes, and so even as we continue having our getting to engage and getting to connect, as we also continue having our tea, I'm happy that actually in this place we have people from everywhere. We have people from Kenya, we have people from Burundi, we have people from all countries, and each and every one of us here. And we are proud of where we come from. We are proud of our countries. We are proud of our nationalities. And that is actually what I'm actually going to speak, even in this piece that I'm actually going to do right now. And so now I know why. I know why God created us as Africans. See, our Africanism is not measured by the amount of melanin in our skin, but the culture we so closely hold on to. A culture always ready to help those in need. A culture where one is ready to take the bullet of another despite religious differences. But if you don't accept our black Africanism, and if you don't become comfortable in our green African land in peace, then our flag could only symbolize one thing: danger. Si mzungu alituambia patience pays, but siku hizi imekuwa ni mwenye haja alipie, yani patience pay. Polisi kwa barabara wanaomba chai, street kid kwa barabara wanaomba chai, then it's the difference in uniform. But all the policemen who are out there were not corrupt, we salute you. And so Kenyans, we are known to have the best athletes, but most of our leaders wameshindwa to run this country the right way. I think doping should be allowed for them so that they can increase the development pace instead of increasing their pay slips. Development has been kept away from citizens just like medicine from children. Wakati tuliinua mikono na kura tukawapa, we expected life to be better, but instead what we received in return is that tulifanywa vibogoyo, hakuna mazuri tunaweza kula. People in some communities have remained poor to the point that their dressing can be likened to a swimming costume, yet the area they live in is so dry with nothing. So that's the culture where we were born. That's the culture where we have lived in. That's the culture where we are at today. We now remain insecure from food, clothing, security, such that tumemeza mbegu za chungwa, but still we are not safe. And just like the slippers are so close to the feet, they are still open. And their pockets are always full, but our hearts are still empty. See, in social gatherings, The rich who are always the guests of honor welcomed with flowers on their necks without even thinking of that poor citizen who is there waiting to die so flowers can be placed on their graves. See, that's the culture that we were born. That's the culture we have lived in. And that's the culture that we are at today. But the good news is that we can change the situation. It all starts with me and you. We must change from this culture whereby our vehicles have turned to predators, shedding innocent blood on a zebra crossing. We need a culture whereby a person with normal skin and an albino receive equal opportunities. A culture whereby a person who is able differently can access the 50th floor by himself or herself because the lift is considerate. See, we will go on our knees to pray for the Kenya we need. A Kenya whereby people will not be discriminated due to their race, gender, or religion. See, Jesus never condemned the Samaritan woman because she was a prostitute. Actually, he freely shared the gospel with her, and as a result, the best player turned to be the best prayer and evangelist among the Samaritans. See, we need a culture whereby gender will not limit our art, and gender will not limit our life in the way we interact with each other. See, life is irrespective of gender. Haitambui jinsia kubagua. The strength of a woman. A man, no matter how strong he is, hawezi beba liters of water bila mtungi, but Njeri can. See, yeah, hubeba life for 9 months bila kushukisha. And the fact that one is rich doesn't make him more Kenyan than I am. The same way the fact that umevaa a watch doesn't make you a watchman. What makes us Kenyans and what makes us one is the same blood that runs in our veins. It's the patriotism in our hearts. It's the love and care for each other in our lives.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He's a gifted guy. Thank you very much for telling us that love and the care for each other is what matters. We're continuing on with our program. I want to invite Uraia, please. All right, the stage is yours. Yeah, he for she. Yeah, I'll give you 2 minutes.
It's working, huh?
Yes, it is.
I know I'm the last speaker, and the two of my colleagues have, I don't know if they were reading my notes. We could have been peeping because they have said so much that I wanted to say. But let me first start by thanking our partners, Global Affairs of Canada, we have Care Canada, Care Kenya, the women rights organizations that we have partnered with in this project. And the story from Uraia is one of success. Because Uraia initially, and I've been reminded by Dorothy recently, that Uraia was more focused on civic education and civic engagement, but then we lacked the component of gender. And as we stand now, we have the gender lens in our civic engagement and our civic education nationally. So this is a major contribution of this program. I think the other thing that maybe to touch on a few things, we have seen the transformation of the organizations we have worked with. Just to touch a few, about 18 of them have already completed their strategic plans, the partners that we have worked with. We have 18 of them again having completed their resource mobilization documents. We have 18 of them again having completed their human resource management plan. We have some of them have operational and administrative procedures and policies. 18 of them again completed. We have 14 of them who have completed their risk management plans, and 4 of them having completed their gender policies. I think that's a major milestone. And out of that, I think there's some of them have, because of that institutional strengthening, we can see, just to point a few, who have become very independent and strong than we found them. For example, when you look at the Muslim women advanced rights and protection in Mombasa, there's FASA in Lamu, Siaya Muungano, Kwawe Kenya, ENA, the Joyce women. All of them have now, they have been able to mobilize more resources due to them being strengthened as institutionally, because you know most of the organizations lack resources, not because they are so bad, it's because their policies cannot be trusted, their systems cannot be trusted. And as Uraia, we have been able to address that, and we can see this change. I think the other area that I need to look at is the opportunities that we have accorded this women rights organization that we have worked with, particularly that building skills on advocacy. There are some mentorship opportunities and cross-running amongst them. We have built their evidence research and learning, given them opportunities for that. And I think they are now a bigger network than they were. Initially, they were just fragmented organizations which had no institutional strength, but they are now a network that's formidable and delivering very well. I think also we have not been left behind as an organization. We have been able to be strengthened as well as an institution. We have been able to hire a gender and inclusion manager through the program. We have a gender and inclusion officer. Aris is there, a very serious lady. And through that, I'm sure the two officers are doing more than just what is within the program. They are also advancing other areas of the institution. And for that, we are very thankful. And then again, we look forward to building more strength for the women rights organization we have been working with. We have seen them now contributing to development issues, particularly through engagement in budget formulation process in counties. And last but not least, we have also seen them participate meaningfully in the development of county integrated development plans. Very active in that. That means that the program, from Uraia's perspective, has been able to put women rights organizations in the development map at county and national level. And for that, we are very grateful. Thank you so much. And I look forward to having more fruitful discussion. I know the capacity we have built with some of our partners will be felt as we move forward. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Speaking on behalf of Uraia, that is what I call short, sweet, and telegraphic. Wonderful. The next speaker, I think, is Linda. Linda? Big things come in small packages, like I said. A round of applause for Linda. Thank you.
Thank you, Malimu. Thank you, everybody. I'll be short and sweet, like my colleague here. So before I read this, let me just say what an honor and a privilege it is for me to be here. Receive greetings from one of the loudest feminists I have ever had an opportunity to work with. Her name is Ms. Janine Coker. She's our head of cooperation at the High Commission. She would have really loved to be here, but High Commissioner called, so she had to answer that call. Protocol. CARE Kenya Country Director, Ms. Leah Kagwara. CARE Kenya Senior Program Manager, WVL, Ms. Dorothy Aseo. CARE Canada WVL Program Manager, Florence Allard Bufoni. I hope I got the name correct. Cron Trust, Executive Director, Ms. Daisy Amdani. CREW, Executive Director, Ms. Wangeshi Washira. Agent Action Fund Africa, Executive Director in absentia, Dana Bofu Tawamba. Uraia Trust, ED, our representative, Mr. Oliver Waindi, Government of Kenya representative, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is such a pleasure and an honor to join this group of powerful women and men who are an integral part of Global Affairs Canada's Gender Equality and Women Empowerment Flagship Program, the Women's Voice and Leadership Program in Kenya. Globally, WVL is a $182 million project in 30 countries, 32 projects in 30 countries. So this just goes to show how we are committed as Canada to gender equality and women empowerment. I see a powerful group here. This group is such a powerful force, not only for the growth and development of Kenya, but also for your communities and your families who directly benefit from your activism, your agency, and grassroots economic empowerment initiatives. Gender equality and women and girls empowerment is at the core of Canada's international assistance programming. We know women and girls continue to suffer disproportionately, unfortunately, in every sphere of our society, in leadership and governance, the economy, in STEM, politics, sexual and reproductive health rights. The list is endless. The majority of industries such as agribusiness, hospitality, retail, and the overall informal sector are overrepresented by women, and yet they benefit the least. Women and girls have also continued, have always done more, had to do more, including unpaid childcare and domestic work, all this while enduring sexual and gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, FGM, early marriages, early pregnancies. The list is endless. So for me, I see this festival as very important because as women, we are the key drivers of the development agenda in Kenya. Women's rights organizations, yourselves, need support to thrive. You're key to shining the spotlight on all these socio-economic development issues that continue to affect women and girls in Kenya, and especially at the grassroots level. I am so happy that we were able to get representation from the grassroots level. Everyone from the grassroots WROs, are you in the house? Wave. Such a pleasure to have you here. And your voices, women and girls' voices at the grassroots especially, must be heard. And that is why Canada is supporting organizations like Cron Trust, like CREW, Agent Action Fund, Uraia Trust, and all other women's rights organizations represented here to ensure that women and girls are better equipped and better informed to advocate and champion for rights, human rights, your rights to good health and nutrition, education, peace, security, and financial freedom. Because we know when women thrive, societies thrive. It's just common sense. So women must participate in climate change initiatives, etc. We recently had an election in Kenya. It was an important moment for women as candidates and voters. I'm sure we were all glad to see more women elected to office compared to the previous election in 2017. Still, women continue to be grossly underestimated and underrepresented in the political system. Yet without having women there, they are unable to support you and your organizations and the policies that are required to enable your organizations to thrive. Women candidates need support. Daisy, I know you're the one who shouts about this the most. Women candidates need support. They often have less money and weaker networks than their male counterparts. This makes it harder for them to get elected and secure party tickets and represent us effectively. So continue to support women candidates from wherever you come from the grassroots up to the national level. Back them, and then make them accountable to you when they get into office. A special gratitude to our partner, Cron Trust, for successfully launching the Charter of Inclusion. We must maintain the momentum on the calls of action in the document, challenging various stakeholders and duty bearers to ensure that women, youth, and persons living with disability are included in the electoral, political, and governance processes in Kenya. Only by having women in these positions will our voices finally be heard. Another special thank you to our partner CREW for operating the Gender-Based Violence Center. GBV unfortunately continues to be a scourge in our communities, in our families. And when we have partners such as CREW who operate centers that are able to provide legal, even psychosocial support to victims and survivors, it goes a long way. In closing, I've had the opportunity to visit a number of WROs and networks represented here. I don't remember them all by name, but most recently, and I see Lucy here. Lucy, wave. Lydia, wave. There's someone else I just saw. Mark, wave. I did a Mount Kenya region tour. I went to Nyeri, I went to Tharaka Nithi, I went to Meru, I went to Embu. It was just amazing to see what's happening on the ground. Educate a Rural Girl, that's one organization that I will always remember in my heart. It was amazing just sitting in a room like this with a bunch of women and girls who are so enthusiastic about seeing change in their community. They have the solutions. They have the solutions to all the problems that they're facing. So thank you very much for hosting me, for those that have been able to visit on the ground. And I hope that this fiscal year we've just begun, I hope I'll be able to do a lot more and come to West Pokot. I hear West Pokot is here. I'd love to come to West Pokot. I've heard only good things about Paran. Paran in the house. I see your beautiful merchandise at the back. I look forward to coming to visit you as well, and many others. As I said before, there's a powerful force in this room. I'm excited to see what this collective and the discussions over the next couple of days will produce, especially given what members of this group have already accomplished. So congratulations to all of you, and especially Care Kenya and our key implementing partners, and Care Canada as well,
for hosting this event. Good luck with the rest of the festival. Thank you all. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. I wish you knew you have a very powerful voice as well. Linda, thank you very much. Another round of applause for Linda.
She's executive director at the Association of Media Women in Kenya, AMWEC. She's a media communication and advocacy specialist in Kenya. She has 18 years of experience in various communication fields, including broadcast journalism, international public relations and communications, social media management, and mentorship for young journalists and PR practitioners. She has a bias in human rights and very passionate about women and girls' rights and empowerment. She has been in the forefront in advocating for gender-sensitive reporting in Africa. Patience Nyange. Patience Nyange. She is the founder of Kenya Women's Series, a platform that curates incredible, inspiring profiles of Kenyan women and what they do to change the world in their small, big ways. She helps women put their job. She previously served as an assistant director, chairperson office at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Patience, I wish in heaven they would introduce me like that. Patience. One of the best students that I had when I was at Daystar University. Patience, Patience. Mbinguni wakikuintroduce hivyo nani? All right.
Thank you very much, and we are honored to have Patience Nyange as our keynote speaker for this festival, and we will want to give her the few minutes that we have to listen to her story, listen to her contribution in the ecosystem, and learn on the next steps that are there for us to tackle. Welcome, Patience.
Asante sana. So, well, it's a privilege that I'm standing here many years after Helen Tawali was my lecturer at Daystar University in the year 2004. So you can imagine how long that was. And I can assure you all, I think all my classmates, we all got an A in that class. I did get an A. So when you have such a wonderful lecturer, the only thing that you can do is to just give her good marks. And we all do that. And I remember we used to evaluate our lecturers when we were busy focusing and asking, what should we say? Anything bad about her? What should we say? And we really had nothing bad to say about you, Helen. We're very honored to stand. You showed us. Thank you. I stand here and I see all my seniors in the room, and I am very honored to be here today. When I see the likes of Nadevi and I know that I have great respect.
And of course, there are people who say that you're saying a special prayer for her. The likes of Wageshi, I know I am made of very powerful women. So I know for sure everyone in this room here is a powerful person. So thank you for gracing this occasion. And I am very happy and really humbled to be the person to be giving the keynote speech today. So, well, let me read my speech as it is, because I'm also representing an organization, and therefore I might want to say so much, but, well, I will have to go with what is here. So, all protocols observed. We appreciate all the representatives of the organizations that have been represented here. A lot has been said, and so I stand in the protocols that have already been established. Colleagues gathered here, my seniors in the room, ladies and gentlemen, all gender diversity is recognized. Good afternoon. My name is Patience Nyange. I am the Executive Director, Association of Media Women in Kenya. Thank you for inviting us, AMWIC, to join you in this very important convening. AMWIC was established about 40 years ago as a non-profit membership organization for women in the media. It was founded before the UN Women's Conference held in Nairobi in the year 1985, when women's voices received little or no attention in the media. So the women who were working in the media sector then realized that, we report about everyone else and everything else, but we don't talk about ourselves. Maybe it's time for us to come together as an association, and therefore collectively we can amplify our voices. Our mission since then is to see a society that enhances and promotes equitable development, human rights, and women's rights. We seek to use the media to promote an informed and gender-responsive society in Kenya and in Africa. This is an important gathering today, one of its kind. The inaugural Women's Rights Organization Festival in Kenya, courtesy of the Care International Kenya and its partners, under the auspices of the flagship project to Women Voice and Leadership Kenya, graciously funded by the Canadian government through the Global Affairs Canada. I'm honored to be making my remarks as a keynote speaker at such an important convening. I would like to make some comments, not necessarily to preempt what the panel will discuss with us, but also as a women's and girls' rights defender, advocate, and an ED representing my organization, AMWIC. It is an extraordinary privilege for me to stand in this space today with so many women leaders. I want to begin by paying my profound respects and acknowledging the leadership, resilience, courage, and commitment of all the guests and participants in this room. We are here to engage with one another, inspire one another, learn and relearn, share our skills and experiences, have honest conversations with one another, explore how best to harness the power of our numbers, our skill sets and resources, pool, and finally, how to tap into the power of doing things together. This is our moment to reevaluate, rethink, restore, ignite, and repossess our collective power as women. Our victory is not in the resilience, but in our power to replenish and reorganize. Together, we are very powerful. I'm sure by now you noticed that, or rather you recognize that. Together, we can change. It is nearly impossible to overstate the value of women coming together. This remarkable gathering is an opportunity for all of us as women's rights organizations, not only to focus on the contribution we make in transforming lives and livelihoods, but also to discuss the constraint we face at the personal and the personal price we continue to pay for the social and economic contribution we make to families, communities, and the country. Perhaps the conversations in here will, over the next 2 days, or maybe the week, for those who are spending the whole week, shall be a turning point and an accelerator button to the cause that we are embarking on. I see us moving from just the women empowerment dialogue to women investing in women discourse. Let us discuss how best we can invest in each other by the way of time, resources, ideas, skills, mentorship, or simply investing more in one another. When women come together, everyone wins. They have said before, empower our girl and you empower whole community. Well, I believe that and I totally agree. We have plenty of opportunities before us. And by the words of Gertrude Stein, cannot be overemphasized. We are extraordinary within our limits, but our limits are also extraordinary. It's no longer about us responding to situations or environment, but rather all of us asking ourselves and molding, making, and shaping and changing our world. The work is already cut before us. It's not enough to be content about the gains or celebrate or preserve our achievements. We must keep investing in the strategies to expand on the existing achievements. As we share stories about our successes, I have listened to Daisy talk about the organizations that are here. We have had a side chat with Wangeshi and of course Dorothy and said how they have looked at this organization or seen them when they were growing from nothing to where they are now. Well, we celebrate all of you. When you think about the hurdles or even failures, points of vulnerability, let us sit and reason together. Let us cooperate and complement but not compete with each other. Let us champion for collective purpose to find, caucus, defend, raise, and lead organizations and movements together. I keep telling people and women, that, of course, at this level, that the space is big enough for all of us. The necessary competition amongst ourselves as women is completely not acceptable. The space is massive. Let us promote and offer a hand to the next women's rights organization. Their success is our own success. Beyond these 2 days, we must be intentional about sustaining this conversation as we look at becoming our next women's rights organization's keeper. It's not about us who are gathered here, but also about the women in our offices, towns, villages, rural areas, women facing challenges in food security, education, sexual and gender-based violence, exclusion, limited access to infrastructure, lack of access to water and sanitation, access to services including health and education, gender inequality, poverty, greater isolation from opportunities, and the list is endless. We are all fighting a common enemy. Gatherings such as this one helps us bring our voices together. They demonstrate why our leadership is needed to drive urgent action for change. Coming together is vital to finding the collective strength and solidarity to continue the work. And we must not stop. After all, women's rights are a yardstick for the freedom and democracy in our societies. Therefore, women's rights are human rights. And women's rights is not just about a women's issue. I remember, most of you probably remember when we were discussing about the two-thirds gender rule, and the media people turned it to be mswada wa wanawake. And now we are getting to a place we are saying, maybe in the next 5 or 10 years, the men will be looking for a position where they'll be saying, we need a men representative position. So, well, ole wow. These are human rights issues, a democracy issue, and a rule of law. Conflicts, authoritarian regimes, and pushback against gender equality severely threaten human rights are really core bases of existence. Democracy and the rule of law, but also sustainable growth-related investments and development. What should we do then? We must ensure that women's inclusion and participation is available in all processes. No one in their diversity should be left behind. It's not only the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. The attacks on women's rights and dignity reinforce women's... just a second. The attacks... Sorry, I must have lost my page, but well, I'll get it in a minute. The attacks on women's rights and dignity reinforce women's dire situations. If we allow harassment, silencing, and assaults against women, we risk the rollback of the decades of progress we have made as women's rights organizations. That we have worked together so far, we can only keep progressing. Instead, we need to join forces and act. This part of the very reason as to why we are here today. We must put all these rights on the active at the county, national, and international levels. This is what we need to do in this convening of women's rights organization. This networking is important because we see what we can achieve together as women when we all pull in one direction. Collectively, we can rally our governments to be more responsive to the challenges and the plight of women. So why not form strategic alliances and systems level partnerships not only with ourselves, but with the media, with the parliament, with the private sector, and civil society organizations in different sectors, and with all other stakeholders. The power of voices and dialogue in which citizens are represented. So let us purpose to mobilize women as right holders and facilitate the opening of more spaces for them to be engaged, to be equipped, to be empowered for active participation in development and decision-making processes at national, county, constituency, and ward levels. Collectively, we can ask the hard questions and seek to get answers that will direct our cause. As women rights organization, what perceptions, misconceptions, and stereotypes do we create for ourselves out there? What is the attitude of the public towards us? Does this erode our credibility and legitimacy? Have we considered the value of strategic partnerships, collaboration, and alliances with the pro-democracy forces to entrench our independence, pursue alternative avenues of sustaining ourselves financially, and share information and service and be of service to the society, challenging and transforming systemic social and gender norms, and looking at increasing demand of engaging men and boys with our efforts here in Kenya and beyond? I am a good proponent for he, for she. From where I seek, I dare ask, how about the status of women in every place that we are in? For me, I'll be asking, how about the status of women in the media? How many of us sit in the decision-making positions? Have we created enough safer working spaces for women? How much is our content about women aired in our media platforms? Are we deliberate about the plight of women rights organizations in the media? At AMWIC, Association of Media Women in Kenya, we care and we are concerned. We will do our part. We will create avenues for women rights organizations to tell, so that we can tell the world about the work that you do. Reach out to us, engage us. Let us put our words and power together and support each other in pursuing our mandates. Once again, thank you so much to all of you for this gracious opportunity. Thank you to CARE International Kenya and its partners and the Women Voices in Leadership Kenya project for the opportunity to be part of this convening. I wish you all meaningful deliberations and a blessed week ahead. Asanteni sana.
Let's all be upstanding and give her a Shall we all rise? Shall we all rise? Let's give another round.
That's me that which you read, honestly. You're missing this vision. But thank you for trying to make sure that all is covered within 5 minutes. You can now sit down. We're going to this section, moving on swiftly to our first
panel discussion. And I need to introduce those who are going to be our panelists. Madam Dorothy, I believe that they're going to sit in front of us. So can we have seats, or what do you want? What format? All right. This lady coming in front of us in red, she has the mood of Valentine today in the house. Her name is Okay, this is Rosemary Mbogo. Kindly, can you put her face on the wall so we can see how she looks like? And then we will define who she is. Kindly. There's a PowerPoint also she's going to use. Thank you. That's Rosemary Mwangi. Haha Dena Rosemary Mbogo.
Is it the same person? All of them. Rosemary Mbogo wa Mwangi or Rosemary Mbogo Mwangi. Thank you very much. Rosemary is a development practitioner with more than 20 years of hands-on experience spread across over 12 African countries. Her high school education was at Alliance Girls High School. Business, give a round of applause. Followed by further education and training in institutions of higher learning, notably Clark Atlanta University in the US, Kenyatta University, Kimage Meno College in Ireland, and the Field Center in Glasgow, among others. Notably also, she has been trained in small and medium business development in Hyderabad, India. Yeah. Her work and experience over the years has involved developing funding, concepts and proposals, resource mobilization, and managing all aspects of development projects. Resource management, 07260. She has worked with Tradecraft, UK East Africa Regional Office in Tanzania.
Danida, the Federation of Kenya Employers, and the African Confederation of Corporate Associations and others. She's managed projects funded by DFID and the EU, Big Lottery, and Danida. Rosemary is also an accomplished editor and has worked particularly with World Food Programs, WFP, the UN Foundation, and the Center for Training and Integrated Research in ASOL Development, CETRAD, in reviewing their documentation, reports, and general messaging before publication. She is currently engaged in consultancy work, especially in the areas of resource mobilization, training, proposal development and assessment, feasibility and research studies, training in project and general management, and editorial work. Last but not least, alongside her consultancy work, Rosemary is also sustainability manager in her family's horticulture export business, in charge of resource managers. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Rosemary Bogo Mwangi. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I was expecting to see something over there. Is it coming? Technical? Oh, yeah, as that comes up, let me just go over how I would like us to do this. I think because of our numbers, we are not able to make it as participatory as I would have ideally wanted, but we'll do our best. So first of all, to just note that I'm calling this an overview because the subject of resource mobilization is that working? Of resource mobilization cannot be covered in an hour, trust me. We do it in a couple of days and maybe more. So I want to just do an overview, but because of that, I have just a few areas that I want to emphasize on, and this is how I want to run through it. I'll look at definitions. I think we have a rough idea what resource mobilization is. Then I want to just focus on the project proposal because that's a key document in your getting funds. Then I want to look at this person who is giving you the funds, the donor. Those are two key parties that must interact for you to get the money. Then I want to talk about a few things that I would suggest we think through as we write our proposals. And finally, a favorite with a lot of the participants who sit in my workshops. This seems to be a favorite. Why are proposals rejected? I was doing some work with an institution, a large one that I'll not mention. In 2022, they wrote 67 funding proposals, and their success rate was 0. Yeah. So they said, do something, and I said, let me see just 10 of them, and I'll tell you where the issue is. And I didn't read 10. I think I read 4, and I saw where the issue was. So that's usually a handy area to be aware of. And just to mention that on the donor part, I will go over that fairly quickly because at the end of my presentation, we'll do a bit more detailed practical demonstration on, oops. Oh, no, you safe. Yes. Yeah, we'll do a bit of a demonstration on search engines for looking for donors, how to look, where to look, and we'll go into a bit more detail on that. Now, to go through definitions, serious sounding one says, all activities undertaken by an organization to secure new and additional financial human and material resources to advance its mission. Sounds very nice. I like this next one. The process of acquiring and putting to use things, just things that you need to implement certain activities or achieve the mission. I like things because it's so broad. Things can be just anything. And that then takes us to the difference between fundraising and resource mobilization. Do we understand that to be the same thing? Fundraising, resource mobilization. Is it the same? No. It's not. Yes. No. Okay. Different resources versus funds. Funds usually are money. Right? Resources are things. That's why I like this definition. Things are made. Resources are so broad. And let me just share with you 1 minute of an experience I had a couple of months ago about resources and funds. There was a call for proposals. Funds are coming through a bank. I think there's no harm in mentioning through Stanbic. And a client of mine said, just present this thing, look through it. Do we qualify? And I said, yes, we qualify. Go write that proposal. And I said, okay. I mean, get paid, so it's all right. So I wrote the proposal, and they called back and said, where are we at this? Almost done. I give you the draft to look at. And they said, oh, by the way, how much money are we asking for? And I said, we are not asking for any money. We are asking for resources. And he said, wachana nayo. That means leave it alone. Forget it. And I was trying to explain, this could even be more useful to you than money. And there's something that the gentleman from Moria, I think it was Paul, alluded. And he said that some organizations fail to get funds because their systems cannot, I think you said cannot be trusted. Yeah. But because their systems cannot absorb, manage the resources. But it is something we overlook a lot. So you're fundraising. What do you want? What is money? Just money. But systems can also be part of the resources that you're looking for. To give this person giving you the funds confidence that the funds will be well taken care of and managed. Then I have talked about types of resource mobilization. There's the standard one of donors. But then depending on what we are looking for money for, it could be a specific something we want to carry out and we need that chunk of money at that time. It could be a program, it could be different things. Depending on what it is you're looking for is what will determine which direction you will look for that money. Why do we do that? I don't think I need to answer that. Everybody has, I think, a good idea of why they want to look for money. But I've just put there diversification. You're doing one lot of things and you want to diversify. Maybe you want to expand your program. It could be for your sustainability. And sometimes it's just emerging issues that are coming up, and you've looked at your organization and thought, wait a minute, we have capacity, we have skills to address this emerging issue. And that would give you another reason or another way to be able to attract more funds. Now, the proposal. This is where a lot of us, I don't want to say, meet our first obstacle, block, because we, I think underestimate the power of a proposal and what it can do or not do. And I've talked about first your team. Let me just say that as I talk about all these things, I've been fortunate to sit on both sides of the proposal, to develop proposals to give somebody, or to sit and assess proposals. So from that point, you can see where the pitfalls are, what was not done, and why the proposal is not looking good enough. So the team that I've talked about is within your organization. Don't make it random that this organization will do a proposal. Work on it together. Have specific goals. Who is collecting the information that is required? Who is liaising with the donor if there's need for that? All the things that need to do before that proposal gets to the end, assign it very, very clearly so that you don't have cases of, Allah, you didn't do this one. I thought you were doing it. No, but I thought you were doing it. That can mess up with your time and the quality of your proposal. Identifying the proposed project. Sometimes you see a call for proposals and you think, wait, our organization is not quite in space. Maybe we can tweak it a bit so that it fits into that space. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. You identify a proposal that, let me just say, think through it thoroughly. Don't jump at an idea and say, let's go with this one. I've put some interesting words there. That it must be unique, it must be attractive, it must be innovative, even exciting. Because as the person who is reading the proposal, you imagine being on the other side reading a proposal, you read page 1 on your own, and you're tired, and you're thinking, so what's new? This has been done in 46 counties, and you want to do it again in the last county. Have something that makes the reader feel, I've read page 1 and I can't wait to go to page 2, and I can't wait to see, or have this all in one out. That sounds like a small thing, but trust me, it makes a difference that the person reading your proposal keeps reading and keeps reading. Some funders will give you a feedback on why they rejected your proposal. And there was a quote of somebody who wrote a proposal and got a response, which I wanted to share with you in quote, but it said something like this. I'll find it there, the real quote. It says, your proposal was traditional. Your proposal was without innovation. And it says a few other not so nice words. And then says, it wasn't even clever. And I thought the person who wrote that proposal must have thought, I am not writing another proposal in 2 years. But when you, okay, maybe this person is not a bit of this and words, but when you think about it, it means it was lacking all this, especially the innovative bit. Because the funder will ask themselves, so what is it that you're telling us which is different, which is new, yeah? So the innovativeness is important. It's very important. And then I talked about the proposal responding to request for funding or request for proposals. Or either you are responding to a published one, or you went to a function or went somewhere and met somebody who takes in proposals and says, that idea sounds interesting, just send me something. That is solicited. But this other random, wake up in the morning, do a proposal and go to some organization and drop it at their desk, it will not be read. It will not be read. It is good to have had it solicited, either through an RFP or some other way of solicitation. Another important area is information. You want to write a proposal. The deadline was April 15th. It is now 13th. You haven't done it. And you need information. You need to get together all that sorry. You need to get all that information together. So what happens is people hurriedly putting information together, very, very hurriedly. So what are the figures on gender-based violence in this? What are the figures? What is it? Okay, we don't know, but let's just assume it's maybe like that. So you throw around figures that are not factual. And the people you're writing the proposals to, chances are they have all those statistics, they have all that data, they have all that information. So don't shortcut. It doesn't work. And that's why we advise normally that if you're going to write a proposal, before you begin to write anything down on the actual proposal, have your information together. Don't write page 1 to 3, then decide, okay, now let me go off and do that research. If it's an area where you need, for instance, to consult stakeholders, find information on the ground, do all of that work. Do all of that work so that when you're coming to sit down and write your proposal, you have everything together. We say usually it's like baking. You don't put in your first ingredient and then dash off to look for the sugar, then come back and add the sugar and dash off to the supermarket to look for your something. I don't bake, so I don't know what comes in. But you want to have all your ingredients together. Then even the flow, even the way you put it together will show. And trust me, I can tell you when I read a proposal where the information was thrown in this end, that end, that end. And the interesting thing is another assignment which I get from clients, which surprises even me, is that here's a proposal. It was put together by Margaret James, by Remo, and me. You speak differently, you express differently, you do things differently, and I'm told, go do that proposal and make it sound like it came from one person. That's a useful thing. And it still goes back to this person who is reading the proposal and beginning to yawn. Because this one begins with some really formal, big language things, the other one comes to some friendly kind of. It needs to flow. It needs to sound like it was written from one source. Then the other. We talked about information must be factual, accurate, current. If not current, it should be recent. Don't say that the percentage of something was 27% in 1998. That won't help us. If it cannot be the data of yesterday, don't let it go too far back, because then the far back you push it, the farther back you push it, then the less accurate it is likely to be. A critical part that I advise organizations to use when they are writing their proposal, or even when they are checking back their proposal to see if it's right, is what we like to call the 5 W's plus H. The 5 W's are what, where, when, why, who, and H is how. And simply, on a proposal, what is it you want the funding for? What is the project? What is that you want to do? Where do you want to do it? Are you doing it in 47 counties? If you're doing it in your county, is it in 5 wards? Is it in... Say exactly where you want to do this thing. When do you want to do it? Don't say that you're writing the proposal on the 15th of April and you want to start on the 20th of April. You know that's one of the other things that tells the reader you did not think through the logic of what you're writing.
And I keep saying that sometimes we think proposals get rejected because of huge, big gaps. It is very small things that show that you did not think through what you put down. And you did not then, at the end of it all, read it again to see that the information flows, there's a logical flow to what you're saying. The why is an interesting one. Somebody describes it as, think about, so what would happen if you didn't do this thing that you want to do? What would happen? And if you think about it and say, if I did not make this intervention that we're looking for money for, really nothing would happen and there would be no difference anywhere. Okay, you're not going to say it, but it can be seen from what you're writing. If you see that from your project idea, nothing really much will change. Don't bother. Ask yourself that question of, so what will happen if we don't do this? It could be a bad thing that will increase, a bad thing that will change.
But you have to show the difference that your intervention will make. Who is usually to do with beneficiaries? But you can look at it from both sides. Who in your organization is doing what? And on the beneficiary side, who are these people who are going to benefit from this? Of course, we are not looking at one sentence answers like I'm saying, but this is what will guide you in what you put under your 5 Ws and the H. The H is critical because the H is what gives birth to the budget. How are you going to do this? You have said your activities, you will show your activities, this is what will be done, how it will be done, and like I said, that is what you cost, and that is what leads you to the budget. Then the last, your comparative advantage. As an organization, why are you thinking that you stand in an advantaged place to be able to implement this? You have to, I'm looking for a nice word for show off, but I don't want to use that one. You have to show that your organization, what's that? Yes, that's nicer than showing off. Eh? Yeah, sell yourself and show what is it that makes my organization look like, yes, this is the ideal one that will be able to do the proposed activities. That is your comparative advantage when you compare yourself even to other peer organizations. The last point there, I think we are all familiar with SMART, and sometimes we take it, yeah, it will be SMART. But as you finish your project proposal, as you read through it, test it against all these things. So, is it specific, or is your proposal just broad and winding and going everywhere? Is it measurable? This will be very, very critical when it comes to your evaluations, your midterm evaluations, your end of project evaluations. Will it be possible to measure? That goes back to your activities and how they are arranged. Achievable. Do we want to write a proposal and say in the next 3 months we want to go to the moon? I don't think so. Let it be realistic, let it be achievable. And then relevant. Okay, I keep thinking of very awkward examples. Relevant, is it answering to the need of the particular area or people or problem that you're talking about? Time-bound, self-explanatory, I think. We want to start here, and by this time we want to have achieved these milestones, and at this point we'll be able to close the project. there should be an element of time showing what is happening when. Now, we go to the donor. And I was just saying that, hello. I was just saying that the proposal and the donor must come together to result in funding. And I said also that I'll not focus so much on getting the donor because we want to do a bit of a demonstration after this to just show search engines and how you'd search for that. But still, let me point out key things that if you're going to be running projects, an organization that is going to be running projects, the donor search is continuous and it doesn't stop. And not just searching, intelligence gathering on the donor landscape. The fact is the donor landscape keeps changing, and it changes a lot depending on what is going around the world, or around your region, or around where the donor operates. So you cannot say, I have completed my research on donors and on donor landscape. That never ends. That has to be continuous. And I've suggested creating a mapping or a tracking template that you keep populating, that you keep putting information on. There are so many samples on the internet of how to do a tracking template. There are so many templates. So what I would suggest is you can take a look at some and then customize it. Customize it to fit what your organization needs to have. Put in the information that you are collecting every day, look at it consistently, and then you are able to say, okay, this group donors here seems to fit in with what we do. So then you can take, it's a bit like shortlisting. So you've looked at these 20 donors and you've seen these 4 that seems to fit very well. Then you can analyze them even deeper and decide, yes, they have areas that we think we can align with what we do or what we want to do. Look at thematic areas. What is it that they do? Is it aligned? Does it make a good fit with those of your organization? I've had a bit of a debate with people I've discussed this with, and there's something that's not quite agreed upon, where my organization does this and this and this. And this donor has put a call for proposals. It's not exactly what we do, but maybe a bit of tweaking, and if a vision and mission points this way, maybe we can do a bit of like this, and it can fit into this. There is debate. I think, like they say, the jury is still out on that one. Do you want to tweak your vision or your mission a bit to fit in with a certain call for proposals? Some people feel, never ever, don't do that. Some people feel, why not? So I'll leave that one for you to make a decision on. Then I've said use a variety of search approaches, websites, professional networks, and I've just given an example there of a commonly famous website, Funds for NGOs. That one, I think, is popular because it has information not just on funding, but other opportunities like training and things like that. But this is the area that I mentioned earlier that we're going to revisit after this presentation. And then I've said, keep abreast with the many opportunities from non-traditional donors. There is a list of donors that if you ask most organizations who are the donors who fund this, or it's ABCD. But I've noticed like with the banks in this country, you may not know who the top-level donor is, but the funds are channeled through a bank. So it's the bank that does the publicity
thus the call for proposals and all of that. Trusts, foundations. I don't know if any of you have sought funds from KCB Foundation, done some work with them and they fund projects. That's an interesting area to look at, trusts and foundations.
Now, considerations. These are a bit general. And
the list is very, very long, but I picked a bit of this to give you a few things to keep in mind as you
either think through what project you want funded or what area you want to get funding for. And one is your being realistic about your organization's capacity to absorb, to utilize, to manage the funds, and to keep to time frames. Be realistic. Sometimes there's a call for proposals, and of course the amounts are given. And you think, but we can do this. We can do this. But you look at the amount of money that you're asking for, and you look at the systems without your organization, within your organization, as I'm talking about being realistic, and you know that you can't absorb that kind of money. And that takes me right back to the reference I made and that was alluded to by Paul of Uraia, that your own internal capacity. Do you have systems? Do you have systems that are able to manage the kind of money that you're looking for? And then talk about demonstrating ability and willingness to use your own funds. I think as a funder on the other side, it's let me call it heartwarming to look at a proposal where the organization is saying, we already have in place ABCD in support of the work that we are asking for. We are prepared to put in ABCD. No, that should be EFGH. To add on to what we are asking you for, so that we don't look like, as an organization, we're just sitting there and saying, put money here, we'll do the work. We're saying, we are in this together, we are putting in our money. It can be a very small percentage, but you're putting in something. And what I've seen that works in a lot of places is that the figure that you mention here as own resources that you're putting in may not necessarily be money in the bank. You could do a budget that says we'll need to parent, we'll need to bring in an evaluation person for this project. Then you've put that in figures. But then you can go back and say, but our organization will use the time of this person to do this role. So we are not including this in the budget. We will not ask for rent money because we will use. Show your willingness and ability to also put in something. That always brings in like a positive angle to your proposal. Adhere to all donor requirements, deadlines, format, font, language. This is an area that is ignored a lot. That font now, how does that even have anything to do with anything? But if you are told use font Calibris, something, and use font size this, why do you want to go and use another one when you've been told the one to use? But people will feel, I like font this, that's what I use. It's not for you, it's for that person. And trust me, when those details are put down on request for funding, not request for funding, request for proposals, when they are put down there that use this, It's not for nothing. It's not that the person didn't have anything else to talk about.
There was a reason they gave you that. So follow that. Deadlines are critical. Another issue that I've had back and forth with my fundraising colleagues is this deadline issue. You're told the deadline is 15th of April. I seem to like this data. 15th of April is the deadline. So you figure out, okay, that day ends at midnight.
So I will send it like at 11:54. It will be fine. I've met the deadline, haven't I? But this other end of me looking at your proposal,
is it some seriousness that was lacking? Is it why are you pressing send? 2 minutes the deadline. I have a few colleagues who feel they said that date, they meant that date. So what's wrong with that? So again, your decision. Mine, personally, as Rosemary, I am not putting in a proposal on the day of the deadline. Never ever. I want to put it in a little earlier to show that I gave it a bit of seriousness and I gave it my time and thought. The other thing I found interesting is language. Because we are always told, right, it says the proposal, for example, will be in English. So you are advised to use good English and good grammar and something. A proposal that I've been working for in the last 2 days, I think the call was at the end of the week, I found very interesting because it said, you will not be penalized for poor English. And I thought, this is a new one. I was just looking at it actually early this morning.
And I thought, when we train, we always say, get as close
as you can to the Queen's English. But no, I see now a funder saying, that's not a big deal. As long as you're able to communicate your thoughts. If you can communicate your thoughts, we are not looking for the Queen's English. That surprised me, I have to admit. That surprised me a bit because I've always been the one for do your proposal and give it to me to read, to tell you that's Queen's English. I think that's a good thing. But again, okay, you will make the decision. I would still suggest good English. There are key things that it's always good to keep in mind as you write. Issues of gender, youth, the environment, that demonstrate that as you're conceiving your project, your proposal, and as you're thinking through it, these are some of the things that you have kept in mind. Then seek for resources, not just funds. I think I said something about that one earlier. Don't just think about the money. Think about what other support that your organization could get that may not necessarily be a funds transfer to your account. Build and expand relationships and strategic networks. It will not work for you very well if you're going to sit in your organization like an island and want to know no one and want to have networks, strategic networks, not everybody. People, organizations you think we're working with, there is some benefit to that. So expand those and use them as necessary. Then I've said demonstrate value for money and reasonable ROI, return on investment. When you do your budget and you look at the activities that you're proposing to do, and you look at the impact that these activities are likely to have, does it sound to you that that was worth it? Does it sound to you like the money that was put in, the work was put in, was worth what came out? And this is another area that you need to be realistic. You need to be real. Because a lot of times is where we want to tell ourselves, but of course there'll be impact of some sort. But now, in your mind, think of that impact in terms of what was spent. That is, I think we know it as ROI. Was it worth putting that amount of money for that kind of results? Then I've said develop a strategic plan for your organization. It's a tool with multiple benefits. I heard again Uraia mention that a lot of the organizations here have done well now with their strategic plans. If you haven't started on one, do. I find it serves very, very many purposes. Even just for where you find an organization and you feel everybody in this organization understands what we are about and knows where we are going, and we all get it. We've all got it. Unlike this, sometimes you don't all got it. Times when one group in an organization, certain people see things a certain way, and you need to harmonize that. All that happens in a strategic plan. And then it gives you your vision together as an organization of where you're going. And I find personally that when that document exists and it's good, and by the way, it also requires to be reviewed periodically, even as you think about the proposals that you'd like to develop, it will be guided to some extent by your strategy, because it's what tells you. We want to focus in this direction. Our strategy is to focus in this direction. So if your organization hasn't done this, consider investing in a good strategic plan. You will thank me later. And the other thing that I see that often goes with that strategic plan, also invest in a nice, brief, catchy brochure. Sometimes you go to a function, you go to a place where you meet people and you're thinking, this person, I want to talk to them about my organization. And they may not be able to give you the amount of time that you need to explain to them, this is what we do, this is how we do it, this is what we're thinking, this is where we are. A brochure, brief, catchy, nice, colorful. Take it to a good printer. And I tell you that can speak volumes for you. And the other advantage is that it's something this person can take away with them, so that when they go away and think about the discussion, the brief
discussion you had, they have reference something. They have reference material that they can go back and say, oh yeah, they said they do this and this. So consider also investing in a nice brochure. And when you do that, just one additional point is that think thoroughly what you want to put on that brochure. Because a lot of times it's small, it's page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 small pages. You know what a brochure looks like. You're putting in that information. You're not saying everything, you can't. You're putting in that information that you'd like that person that you have in mind or that organization to know. Who are you? What are you about? Where are you? In fact, a bit like our 5 Ws. So that going through that brochure, the person or the organization has like a bird's eye view of your organization. They have a cross picture of what your organization is about, so that if they do need more detail, then they'd be able to come back to you and say, we liked this bit, give us a bit more information on this, give us a bit more information on the other. And another important thing, usually at the back of the brochure, contact. And don't put the contact of this person who left the organization 73 years ago. And where your brochure also must be kept updated is that this was the contact person, this was our CEO, or this was our chairman, or whatever position you want to show there, and they've left. You can't keep on dishing out that brochure. I'm going very fast through this, but after we do a bit more work on the search engines for donors, we will be allowed, I'm told by Mwalimu, to have a question and answer session. So if you have questions, I should have said this at the beginning, right? Never too late. Yeah, we'll have a question and answer session after this. The last bit is the interesting one of why proposals are rejected. And I was saying earlier that sometimes it's very small things. Sometimes it's bigger things, but a lot of times it's things that you would not imagine that would cause a proposal to be rejected. Proposals that are not aligned to donor thematic areas and priorities. So you've written to, I have to be careful here what I say, who I say. So you've written to this donor, and you said, we want you to fund us to start a political party. And you've seen on their website, they've said, we are apolitical. We don't do politics, we don't touch politics. We think we need a new political party here because, and you can use Queen's English, you can use whatever, you can use statistics, dead in the water. So, thematic areas. Thematic areas. And let me come back to something I mentioned earlier about, can you tweak your thematic areas, your own? So you're saying for this donor, they do health, they do water. We don't do those things. We do those things. We could just tweak a little bit to do those things. Again, I have arguments with my fundraising people, and some feel stick to your lane, stick to your lane. Others will feel, so what is diversification all about if I can't change lanes a little bit when I need to? So I'm not giving you either answer, but just know that be sure that you are not asking a donor to fund something that they have definitely made clear they are not in that area, that's not a priority area, or Budgets are a big one in rejection. We have said that realistic and reasonable, and we mean very different things from those two words. Let me start with unreasonable. So you said yes, this budget, these are the things we want to spend the money on. And we are working in rough terrain, so we'll need 12 four-wheelers. Each of them is cost 27 million. I already saw some faces. No.
That is being unreasonable, I think. Especially when you've then gone and put figures of the actual activities that affect your beneficiary directly of 100 of that money. It's something that doesn't work. Unrealistic. Those figures that you're quoting of what it will cost you to do those things that you're saying you will do.
Do they tally? Do they agree? Will that be the best use of those resources? So realistic, reasonable. Even things I've seen like you are an organization with a staff capacity, with a human resource capacity of 7 people. And you're saying on this project, we will need to employ 26 people, 26 more people. I'm just throwing around figures to give you the sense of it. That to me doesn't sound realistic. Your organization is going to grow by how big in that length of time? And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with growing. I'm saying there's a reasonable, logical, realistic way of saying what your organization can do now as you're writing this proposal. Then there's insensitive issues. This is a killer, trust me. This one is a killer. Insensitive, discriminative policies and practices, particularly in regard to gender, people living with disabilities and youth. Sometimes it's not overt, it's not direct. But it's there, it can be kind of hidden. And it could be a policy where you're saying our organization will, and there's something discriminative right in there. Or it could be practice. It could be practice. I worked in a project some years back in a very, very rural place. It was not in this country. And I was doing microfinance for women. And one of the policies of the organization that I was working with, the implementing organization, is that, and this is going to annoy a few of you, but in fact, that when you do your small business proposal for the women, and it comes in and we approve it, and it's time to give you the money, that the woman could not receive the money. Bring your husband. If you don't have that one, bring your brother. If you don't have that one, bring your big son who is over 18. But the money goes to the man. I don't think they do that anymore. I think many bad things happened. But that is direct, I think a very direct and overt way of discrimination. It's almost like you're saying a woman cannot handle the money. And then I kept asking myself, she had the business idea. She developed this business idea. Even if she didn't actually write it down, because it would happen that there are people who would come in and say, this is what I'm thinking. Then you write it down. And it's a brilliant idea. It's great. It's approved. Okay. Where is this man now so that we can give him the check? Or again, assumptions that this woman, it may be correct, does not have a bank account. But then I'm thinking, isn't that the time to see how these bank accounts, all of that, that's another direction. That's discrimination. Like I said, it can be overt. It can be in policy. It can be in a way that just is insensitive or discriminates any grouping in society. I think I already talked about random unsolicited proposals that you wake up in the morning and write a proposal and drop it on somebody's desk. No. Shoddy, hurriedly written proposals. And these ones you can see immediately when you read it. You can read a proposal, get halfway and think, this thing was put together in one afternoon. Messy, shoddy. If you're going to write a proposal, give it time. Give it the best you can give it. We've talked about language and grammar and formatting. And then the last one there that I'll talk about is always have the proposal proofread and edited as necessary. Best case, don't have it proofread by the team that wrote it. Let somebody else within the organization, somebody else on the outside read it, proofread it, edit it, make the necessary changes. That's a really broad overview, getting into a lot more detail. But teacher is looking at me badly.
Yes, Rosemary, because I know we actually, this is standing in between us and lunch, but before we go for lunch, I think Eric is going to give us the other one. You mean I'm so powerful like that? Wow. Let's give a round of applause, please. But listen, to be a good teacher, it's easy for you to speak and speak and speak and think that people are gathering what you have said. Only to be disappointed that they listen to nothing. So let's prove whether they listen to something. I'm going to ask each of you to stand up. Shall you rise up? Look at your neighbor and tell them two things that you've understood from her speech. Two things. Yes, you can actually, as you say the two things. Yeah. Straight. All right? Question and answer will take it to that. Yes. All right. Make sure that your neighbor is telling you something that makes sense. Huh? All right? Please don't say hi. Okay, turn to the other neighbor and tell them something else. Something else that you will. Please, some people are quiet. That tells us a lot about you as well. Right? Turn to the other neighbor. Fantastic. You don't have a neighbor, do you? You want to tell me what you Yes. Thank you. I hope you've been able to understand a lot of. Okay, you can sit down. You can sit down. You can sit down. Thank you. Say that again. All right. Can the presentation be emailed to participants? Can it be emailed? Please email it. Is it possible for us to receive an email, or that's your secret, or that's your top? Okay, decision from the repertoires, I think, yeah? Please make that available for people so that they can further refer. Now, the man I'm going to introduce to you next is going to take a very short time. He has an interesting way of presenting this. His name is Eric Njoroge. And I knew all Njoroges are Kamawa Njoroge, Nadutu Kokoro, Kamawa Njoroge. But this is Eric Njoroge. He has 14 years of experience in resource mobilization, partnership building, institutional, corporate, trust and foundation fundraising, donor relations and proposal development for both profit and non-profit sector. He is an Atlas Corps
I don't know what this COPS means, but yeah. Atlas COPS Fellow, alumnus, and a recipient of the Chevening Scholarship with an MSc in International Development from University of Birmingham. Watu wataki Nairobi University, UK, and MA from Kenyatta University, Kenya, and a BA Pontifical Albanian University, Rome. He enjoys poetry, swimming, and listening to music. No wonder when I was singing here, he's just started, like he has a master's in music. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Eric Njoroge. Thank you very much. Now, Eric has promised that he's going to take less than 10 minutes because what he's going to do is very practical. Make us feel the practicality of research mobilization. And tukipata dona, tunajua ni wapi. Tukiona dona, tunajua tunafinya wapi. Click. And we will go. A round of applause for Eric. Eric Njoroge.
Thank you, Helen. I have a special year, 2 special talents. And I was telling Helen that the way she executes her moves, her creative items is so effortlessly. Like as if you are reading somewhere. That's pure talent.
Thank you.
I have seen Helen from Tusker Project fame. And I had some few participants wakisema when Tusker Project fame was live, they were in high school. So I was like, okay. I don't know how Helen but I think it's and Helen is a well-known musician. Thank you. So all the representative protocols observed. I know I have some few. You asked of Atlas Corps. It's called Atlas Corps. It's an organization based in Washington, D.C. that gives chance to development practitioners from Africa and Asia to go to the US and get practical experience as an employee of Foundation Trust and companies in the US, like a fellow. I don't know how I can translate what a fellow is. So I got that chance. Yes, I was the first one from Kenya to get that opportunity in 2013, and I served with the UN Foundation, based in Washington, D.C. You're in Patience Nyange, we are fellow Cheveners, and other people within.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry because I wanted to use a different mode of presentation called Prezi, but since our laptop can't get it, but anyway, I think it was by design, because even the way I'm seeing you said we come with holy hunger. I think there's some holiness here, I can see that. But no worries. My presentation was very brief. It was on modern donor research. It's digital research. I hope you have all the smartphones, So we'll do it very practically. And to start with donor research, if your organization doesn't have these skills, then you're missing something. So I want us to put our data on or Wi-Fi. We have a free Wi-Fi, Manzoni, and the password is small Manzoni, with all the small letters. I'll take less than 5 minutes actually. The other presentation I'll make it to PowerPoint, then I'll share with Dorothy and Care crew. So there are 3 ways that you can search. Very basic research skills. Because I know we are dealing with the grassroots, and we're all aiming to be the national partners, the like of Crown Trust, CREW, Uraia. So the first one is just brainstorm. Which donor do you think can fund us? Say Care Kenya, Global Care Canada, UNDP, UN. That's one. After that, just list. The next step is now to start listing according to what they fund. And that's what Rosemary was saying about donor mapping. And before you do donor mapping, is donor through donor databases, but you start with donor mapping. Donor mapping is just looking at the number of available donors across the world, and you see what they fund, their budget,
their thematic areas, their conditions, their, whether they need your match, I mean, like you have to co-fund. So there are several search engines. So we start with donor tracks. So just Google donor track. Just, I don't know which search engine you're using, either Chrome. So donor track. Pauline. Oh, donor tracker, sorry, donor tracker, sorry. If there's a way you can put maybe the website, either using your laptop or any other one, we can do it practically. Donor tracker, you got it? So donor tracker actually give you an opportunity to track donors across the world by their countries. So which country do you think you can track? Yes, Kenya is not part of Kenya. So we can do Canada because we are here, courtesy of Canada. So, Pauline, not my photo. I meant like. Oh, okay, sawa. So, Canada. Would you mind clicking on the Canada icon? Then try to scroll down and you'll see all the data of Canada. So, Daisy, you said wow. Why did you say wow? Let me share with people.
Because it has a full host of contexts, the economic outlook, overseas development funding. It gives you a whole overview.
Exactly, and you can see what they are funding. Yes, what they are funding. Would you mind just clicking any icon you feel that you can get and share what you got? As Daisy is doing that, I want second table and third table. Second table ni those behind VIP, yes? Oh, sorry, those behind the patients. As Daisy is clicking on that, I want you to do another search engine. So click D for dog, hyphen portal, Portal. Oh, this one. Oh, that's donor. Okay. That's donor tracker. So we can try to do it. So you track. I really don't know what is happening. The IT is just blinking. Oh, sorry. So this is what we are saying is tracking progress, empowering change. So I think I'm audible enough. So you can browse by donor. Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. So you can browse by donor, or you can browse by issue. Would you mind scrolling down so that we see the issues that are here? Pauline, please. Scroll down. Yes. So all the issues are here, and I'm sure obviously you'll go to gender equality. You can see gender equality. So if you want to browse donors who are funding gender equality, just click that. Do we do it practically? And you can see here. So then scroll down. You are going to know the funding trends. From the resource mobilization perspective, what we do daily is to know the funding trends because they changes. When Ukraine came, there were different funding trends. When COVID hit us, there was a different funding trends. So through these, you can get all the
trends. Something else, no, scroll, is it? Yeah. On top of it, you can see who are the, okay, you can get the funding trends, it's here, and you get all the infographic of the same. You can go to the top donors. You will see who are funding gender equality. You can get the top sector they are funding, definition, and then it's called deep dives. Is on all the specific countries they are funding. That's one of the search engine. Let's go to another one. Let's go to D portal. Portal is D hyphen portal. You have it? D for dog hyphen portal. Is another search. You just create another page. Yes. So D for dog. Portal, yes, portal. So you can look at is it Vision?
Yeah,
try.
I mean, can't see it.
Oh, great, yes, the one.
So with
So
this
with
one,
this one,
Deep Water
Deepwater
is
is development portal.
You know,
When you are doing a proposal, as Rosemary was saying, you need to know which donor have been funding your country.
And we would like to know whether we had such a project or program before. So we're going to do it very quickly. Like the Prezi, you got Prezi. Oh, great. So I want you to just do Kenya here, recipient country. Select one option, you can do Kenya. Just do Kenya. Sector group, we have an option whether implementing, administrative. Can you go to NGO or women, something that's relevant with what you're doing right now? Scroll down and we see there are options. There are so many, so just do the general one. CSOs, government and CSOs. Down. Or gender, if you see gender, no. Just do government and CSOs. No, the other one is activity status. Click there. Cancelled, closed, finalization, implementation, pipeline. Just do implementation, for example. Yes. So you did Kenya. Okay, now explore is okay. You can put all the other filters, but I just want to show you how you can do it. Just do explore results. Then scroll down. It's not my battery, man. I mean. So on that, we have 528 active projects. Would you mind going down?
Scroll down for it.
And
you can see where does the money come from. So you can see the donors, World Bank, African ADBs, UK, EU. Just scroll down. These are the maps. Yes, enabled. Go down. Project ending soon. Now, when you want to do a proposal, you come and see the project, who funded it, what is the end date, and the total commitment in dollars. Let me see which one you can do. Go down. Just want to. If you try this one, med support, just click there. So it will show you who. Go down. With this one, it will show you who reported this. Because these are data that are got from through AIs. Go down. It will show you the participating organization. So it was funded by. Just go down. Go down. This is what I want you to. No, I mean like the context. I want you the narrative. When you want to do a proposal, just come and see. It will give you all the narrative about the project. And this way you get a lot of ideas because it's already funded. And if you had time, you could go in and see, because the issues they were working on: democratic participation, civil society, and human rights. If we had time, we could have gone directly to women leadership, gender equality. Then you are going to get all the narrative about it. Just a glossary summary. It's just a summary of the project, so you know the objective, the gap they were filling. So as a proposal developer, you'll get a lot of insights from already ongoing projects. And under that sector, you saw we have 538 projects. The last one. We are dealing with the digital fundraising. I want you, Pauline, to create another page. This is the last one. Now I'm coming back to Kenya. And type Caritas. 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 You don't see it. Let me just type it. So Caritas is a Latin word. I did Latin in my undergrad. It means charity. Caritatis. So Caritas Nairobi Library Recovery. We want to embrace crowdfunding, but locally customized. In Kenya, we have an equivalent of Global Giving Tuesday. It's called Mchanga. Mchanga, I did this campaign during COVID time. I was not with Uraya then. I was with the Caritas Nairobi. And Caritas Nairobi is a development agency of Caritas of Catholic Church in Kenya, based within Archdiocese of Nairobi. So I was calling it Caritas Nairobi Basket of Hope. We realized there was a lockdown. We had men and women who were breadwinners. They couldn't go out.
So he thought of having a basket of hope. And that basket of hope had 17 food items. And I fundraised, crowdfunded. This was the first of its kind. And people are just like, Eric, can you make it? So I want you to scroll down. It has its treasurer controlled. I'm doing this because through Dorothy, we are aiming at capacity building or WROs and using what you can afford. This is just free. We can do this either virtually or physically, but I think that's what Dorothy think we can agree on. Is a treasurer controlled, is verified, and then it will show you who have been funding. So you can go down. My aim was to raise 3 million Kenya shilling. I raised 2.2 million cash, but I got more than 10 million in kind because I would, instead of like donating cash, they said I'm giving you a whole bag of maize, a whole bag of unga and stuff. So these are supporters, 1,074. I have their numbers, phone numbers, a database. So from these supporters, you can create your own network. Something that I want you to show is just go down, just come to comment. So it will give you a chance to describe what the campaign is all about. And through comment, you can scroll down. So you can see it's a year ago. So Eric is me. So I was just trying to take advantage of any event. May this Easter Sunday inspire you to new hope, happiness, prosperity. And I just burst the message and it go to 1,000 plus. Every time I did this, I got more donation. And with the Mchanga, you have the database, and I custom every time someone donated, I got an alert through my phone and through my email. So I did a reply thanking Daisy for your contribution. I have someone, but I will not give you the name, who was contributing 10,000 every week. Every week. Every week. And he did this for more than, because he contributed on 50,000 for 15 weeks. That's around $100 per week. So what I did, every time I was giving, I was replying, I was saying, thank you, Daisy, for your 2 contributions towards Caritas livelihood recovery. So I did that, thank you, Daisy, for your 15 contribution. So what I did, I made sure that I met that guy, and he met His Eminence, Cardinal Jue. Because, you know, when you meet such a donor, is a Kenyan who has been doing $100 every week for 15 weeks, that's 150,000, is a donor that you want to keep very close. And this is a power of local resource mobilization. For WROs, we know our Harambee spirit. We can start now thinking of it. And the good about the Mchanga, you can either share through Facebook, through Twitter, WhatsApp group, because you have all the posters. Thank you, I'll not go deeper into this. I know it's some minute to 2, but Molim, if you get some opportunity or if you can squeeze some time, I would like to take WROs on this. Thank you very much.
And your number is? This is one person you do not want to leave, isn't it? Yeah, this resource mobilization, people. At Daystar University, I do resource mobilization, but I've never done it this way. So my number is 07226. Yes. Yes.
Let me actually, I wanted to show you a different way of presenting. It's called Prezi. And Prezi is more than PowerPoint. It's more than PowerPoint, and you can do it either live. I can share with you, and you can like edit it live. Prezi. So I just want you to, I'll show you. Yeah, president, but Z. Yes. The good thing about this presentation, Prezi, like just Prezi, the good thing about this, you can edit your presentation concurrently across the world, as long as you share the link and you subscribe to it. It still has some caveat. It's not expensive, but this one I'm paying around 3,600 per year. That's not a lot. But as a student, I was using it to present. Now I'll just show you some features. So you just print, it gives you all the, the animation. So this was the donor research. Go ahead. To give you basic donor research method. Go ahead. Brainstorming was first one. And it can give you different presentation animation. Just go ahead, Pauline. And the good thing about it, because it was just modern day donor research, I can put it in steps. And every time you press it, it gives you a different way. Maybe you can just do the ease of battles in archive. These are just donor mapping. Yeah, and these are all the links for search engines. So what I can do, this one, I invite you, like you have to give me your email and I can send it to them. I send it to them, so that's why they are presenting it here. So there are more things that we can learn together. Thank you. Yeah, sure, I will.
Start with me. My email is mtawalihelen@gmail. Now I need you to appreciate the person seated right next to you. Haven't we had a nice time this morning? All right, clap for yourselves, appreciate them. And thank you so much for our keynote speaker. Everybody who has come to this platform to speak, we have done fantastic. I know it has run into our lunch, but we know that this is very fruitful. We're coming back in 30 minutes. Is that okay? 40 minutes? 40 minutes, yes, Patience? You want to say? Okay.
Well, I asked for the mic because I thought he's a brilliant guy. You read it, all right? Eric. And because he mentioned about chevening, I'm also a chevening scholar. It's the British government funded scholarship. You go to the UK for 1 year. They spend about 10 million on you for just a year. But when you come back, there's a lot of much more we can do. And I'm already asking him, because we're already coming up with a partnership that we can see how we can support many other women. For me, I'm very passionate about women. And so here is already a declaration that the next intake is going to be announced. We just finished the interviews, and I was a panelist in those interviews. It's going to be announced in, I think, August, Eric? August, yes. So I think with Eric, because we're ready to, and I'm sure there may be some more might be here in this room, for all the women who will be interested in pursuing those scholarships, we will be happy to come together, and Eric will be here to support you to get those scholarships. So we'll volunteer ourselves to do exactly that for you. Thank you.
And men too in the house, yeah. Just make sure that you also have the brains of mastering all this stuff, so when we come back, we drain it from you. Okay. Yes? Okay, Linda.
I also forgot to mention
At the end of the presentation that we have already launched our CFLI, the Canadian
Fund for Local Initiatives. The call is out. Check out our Twitter page at CanHC Kenya. Please apply. The grants range from between 30,000 to 100,000 Canadian dollars. Please pay attention to the themes for Kenya, because you're working in Kenya. Please pay attention to the theme as you develop your proposals, and I wish you all the best. And I want to see more CFLI beneficiaries from this group. Thank you very much.
Good things coming. Remember, we have Rose there. Please make sure that Everything is intact. If you're in doubt, talk to Rose. She's going to give you ways or things to avoid so that your proposal is not rejected. Are we together?
Are we ready for lunch now? Yes. Okay, shall we rise so that Apostle, please come pray for lunch?
And we'll meet here in 40 minutes as my brother proposes. Thank you.
Whether you give feedback from the proposals, because maybe we could be making the same mistake, and you're not giving us feedback. So we would have failed because
that we appreciate your application and you were not successful, and then from that email that you received, respond and request for further information, like why did I not do? So we'll only give additional information for whoever asks for it. It's not an automatic response.
Okay, thank you. Thank
We hope you don't feel like a visa rejected, because they don't give you explanations. All right, shall we bow our heads?
Let us pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for the time of being here. We thank you for this time as we are about to have lunch. Lord, we pray that you bless it, let it be profitable to our bodies. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right, see you in 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. I had a dream. Oh, my music all over the world. Selling hit by hit, killing beat by beat in every town and in every street. And I had a dream of a life full of pleasure and splendor. I had a pretty family, a house and a car. Oh God, it was peaceful and calm. But I woke up in the ghetto, was so hungry with no food for me. My baby crying, Daddy, please, my bed is empty, so confused, don't know where to start. My television, only public eviction notice is too much and it's driving me crazy. So I put on my radio, turn my stereo, and I heard Bonnie singing and say, me never give up, no. I said there ain't no giving in. And when the going gets tough, I see the tough gets going. So listen to people, me not give up, no. I said there ain't no giving in. Jehovah, please God, I am now from the beginning, because me, I am a dreamer, dreamer. And because me dreams are valid, Jehovah guide I am not till it comes to pass. You can call me a dreamer, dreamer. And me know me dreams are valid, Jehovah guide I am not till it comes to pass. You can call me a dreamer, dreamer. And me know me dreams are valid, Jehovah guide I am not till it comes to pass. Call me a dreamer. Becomes reality. No matter what them haters say, don't believe it. Keep trying, keep grinding, cause nothing is impossible. Me get a youth, even though the time get hard, you trying to get by, there is nothing but your yard. Hold on tight, keep your trust in the Lord, it's not your future in His hands, it's your trust and your life. I have a dream, but I'm a dream like King, but I need you when you kill, I'm gonna dream like Mandela. That's why I'm standing tall and I say, we never give up, no. I said So listen to people, me not give up no. I celebrate no giving in, na 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 na. Jehovah, please God, I am not from the beginning, because baby, I am a dreamer, dreamer. Then we know me dreams are valid. Jehovah guide I am until it comes to pass. Then you can call me a dreamer, dreamer. Then we know me dreams are valid. Jehovah guide I am until it comes to pass. I say call me a dreamer, dreamer. Then we know me dreams are valid. Jehovah guide I am until it comes to pass. You can call me a dreamer. We see them bad man sitting on the corner, them looking on the sitting on the corner, we see them bad man sitting on the corner, them looking on the cup with marijuana, them scheming for running out to make my life go. Them jealous of them moves me are making. I'm not afraid, I got crash from my side. Things are getting over me and not suicidal. Me getting bloods around me side to side.
Najua tumekula na tumeshiba sana, nataka tusimame kidogo kidogo, tukaribishe huyu Terita kidogo, ili na wewe uweze kusikiza kidogo. Dance kama unaweza dance on the bed, kama unaweza dance yourself out. Dance, 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 dance. Oh, yes, it's here in dancing around. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Cruise around, cruise around. Jump it on, come on, Masai. Jump it on, Masai. Come on, Let me hear somebody scream. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You guys have been fantastic. At least I know that that's a surety. Food has gone down in feet now. All right. Okay, baby. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for this afternoon session, I believe there's a powerful woman coming to speak to us. She has over 14 years working in humanitarian and developmental contexts in Kenya. She has a vast experience in food security, emergency response, economic development, environment and climate change, youth and women programming, highly skilled in project management, resource acquisition, advocacy, networking and strategic partnership building. She is currently the livelihoods and resilience advisor for World Vision Kenya and overseeing the delivery of the FY 21-25 Household Resilience Strategy. Jedida has held several positions prior to this appointment, including Livelihoods and Resilience Programs Officer, Policy and Institutional Development Specialist, Consortium Secretary Member, Program Manager, among others. Jedida holds a Master's of Arts in Project Planning and Management and a Bachelor of Science Agriculture degree, both from the University of Nairobi. Her passion for research and innovation has resulted to over 10 documentations of various issues affecting agriculture, 2 of which she presented in international conferences in Ethiopia and Mali. Jedida has been a keynote speaker during FAO Women in Agriculture Conference in 2019 and also in the 2022 Global Washington Goal Makers Conference on the community-driven solutions for food security. Her desire for food, security and economically empowered communities drives her vision for excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome this brilliant, beautiful, knowledgeable, sweet Jedida Ganira.
Wow, I was almost wondering whether that was myself. Good afternoon, ladies. You know, I'm a very excited young teacher in heart. She said 14 years, but I'm not sure that I'm that old. It's a privilege.
An honor to be in this place. Being a woman, I'm so excited because I'm a product of what other women have done in my life. I ascribe my greatness to one very powerful woman in my life who is called my mom. She worked very hard. She was a single mother, but gave everything she could, despite the hardship in the life that she was going through, to make sure that I am who I am. And that's why I was very excited that I was going to be here. I was actually in another engagement, and I had to excuse myself just to be here because it is a passionate part of the work that I do, that I want to make sure that every woman, every girl, has an opportunity to become whatever they are, and they are able to exploit every single opportunity that is available to make them what they can be. Okay, I was told I need to do, it's a training. I'm not sure whether I can project. Can I get some help?
Help to project, please, because I want to move with the, or I just continue. Okay, as he helps me to set up, allow me to Okay, my sincere apologies for that. Allow me to start by, I was requested to talk about women economic empowerment. And you know, I was given, I was told I have 1 hour, 15 minutes. And I was like, how can I package what I have done all my life into 1 hour? So I'll try to summarize, try to highlight a few key things that I feel are very critical, and then we can see how we can pick up from here. I know this is going to be a very continuous engagement. Allow me to show us some of the facts that we are faced with within our context, and basically why. You know, the question we are asking, why really are we talking about women economic empowerment? And statistics, they say they don't lie. According to the Kenyan census that was done just the other day, 50.3% of Kenyan population are women. That means
almost 50% of the Kenyan population are represented by myself, my sisters, and my other colleagues. Apparently, 40% women within the urban centers are the only women who are economically empowered, according to a Kenyan Treasury report that was shared. And 22% of women in the rural areas are the ones who have empowerment opportunities. And women are more likely to be unemployed. When you look at the employment, the statistics, out of 10 women, you'll find 6 of them are unemployed, against 5 men within 10. So you realize the women are more, but the employment opportunities are also very low for them compared to the men counterparts. And you realize when you look at the employment opportunities that are available for women, most women are in the informal and very vulnerable employment opportunities, of course, which pay less. And most of the work that they do is within the household responsibilities. And actually, I looked at the latest statistics, and they say 80.2% of the work that women do is house work that is unpaid. 80%, meaning they only have 20% of their time that is compensated for. And this gives us a very worrying painting picture that despite the numbers, very few have the opportunities to get productive work that will help them to gain economic resources. Sorry about that. Yeah, so you realize most of what the women are engaged in is work that is not paid. And yet they need to meet their responsibilities. They are human beings. They have children. They have personal needs. And they need to use their time productively to be able to get something to sustain themselves. And this begs the question, so what do we do? It calls for a collective action for every last one of us to see how can we change this situation. And today I want to focus about a few things that I've experienced in my few years that I've worked with women, and just share some practical things that I've seen work and give results for women that are within these specific and privileged places. But as I start with my conversation, I want us to just think through, what is this thing that we are calling women economic empowerment? What is it? I know it's a big word, but we may need to break it down to be able to further understand exactly what do we need when we talk about women economic empowerment. What is empowerment, if one may ask? What is empowerment? It's a class in a way. To enable somebody to do something, somebody else. Sorry, I'm a teacher by profession on my other life. So I ask questions. Yes? Yes. Facilitation and support. So I looked at the dictionary, and it is very straightforward that economic, of course, has to deal with resources that are needed for production, issues about distributing these very resources, and ensuring that they are consumed in a fair manner, both at an individual level and also as a collective, at a collective level. Empowerment means authority. You know, authority, you have the power that is given to you to do something. And it gives you strength to become more confident, and specifically in making sure that you're controlling your personal life and claiming one's right. So when you talk about economic empowerment, we are specifically talking about enabling the women's ability to participate equally, one, within the existing markets, could be the job marketplace, could be within the production markets when it comes to agricultural production aspects, making sure that they have the power. We talked about the power, the control, and the ability to make sure that they are able to equally participate in the existing markets. It is also about enhancing their access and also control over the productive assets. We talked about only 20% time available for them to do productive work. So this means within this very small limited percentage of opportunity that they have, we have to make sure that we enhance the ability to access and control the productive assets. And when we talk about productive assets, we talk about the basic ones. My students, land. Who are there in that class that my teacher was teaching? Assets, labor, and capital, right? So those are the key productive assets. And also we talk about knowledge is also an asset, as well as any other productive thing that will be enabling them to equally participate and give them the ability to do that. It's also about enhancing the ability to get decent work. I think I talked about the very big percentage that is doing unpaid work. They are just there doing that dirty, informal work, which is mostly abusive, not very supportive, not regulated, because that's where they are. And most of the times it's not because that's where they want to be. Sometimes they don't have the opportunity to develop themselves in terms of gaining skills that the job market would want. Most of their responsibilities by the nature of who they are as women is reproductive work, childcare, house chores. And so you realize most of their time is not into adding any capacity for them. And therefore you realize that they get limitation into getting decent work for themselves. So when we talk about empowering them, it's around looking at how can we enable the women to get decent work? How can we give them the tools, the skills, and the capabilities to be able to get decent employment opportunities like their male counterparts? How can we enable them to have the confidence and the skills and the capabilities to control their very time, their lives, and even their bodies, because they are their assets, literally. It's around increasing their voice, and I'm glad that we are talking about increasing her voice. It's about giving her the confidence, the self-esteem, the energy, the ability to be able to speak out when things are not right, to be able to take the right actions when it needs to be taken, and basically having a meaningful participation, especially when it comes to making economic decisions at the household levels and also within the other outer institutions. So the question is, how do we go about ensuring that women are equipped, they're empowered, they can make the decisions? Can you make a decision if you don't have the money? Can you make the decision if you don't have the information? Can you make the decisions if you don't have even the self-esteem to stand up? Where decisions are being made, the confidence. You can't do that. So we need to look at how can we enable them to be able to sit where decisions are made, to speak for themselves, and to meaningfully participate.
You know, most of the times, in my work, we talk about women participation, and most of the times, you're looking at the registration forms, how many were women, how many were men, and you think you've already done that. It goes beyond that. It's beyond that. Do they have the right skills, the right knowledge, the right capabilities to sit and push for decisions that will change and positively impact their lives? We are looking at providing them with the right training. I'd already talked about this. The right education and skills that they need to find a job, and not necessarily finding a job, but getting to a point where they can earn a regular income that can help them to become self-supporting. I think when you have money, you are confident, don't you? When you're broke, you don't even want to be talked to. And I think some of the things we talk about, violence in the house, comes because people are stressed. I don't have money, yet I need to take care of my children. And the man goes home and they did not get their wage job today. And I'm there waiting, and I ask for the money, and the man is frustrated with life. And it triggers and triggers and triggers abuse and many other things. So we are looking at how can we enable women to be self-supporting, access income, assets, control them, and benefit from economic gains. I think this benefiting point is where the problem begins. Because when decisions for sharing are happening, is the woman there? Is she there when we are sharing the budgets? Is she there when we are making the decisions on what to invest in? Are the investments looking at her as a woman, or they are looking at, they need to be specific for my need, because the need for me is not the need for the man. I'm sorry for the men in the house. I'm not trying to disempower you. It's about giving them the power to make the decisions. And the capacity they have will give them that boldness. And we are looking at ultimately leading an economic prosperous life. Prosperity. Being able to sustain themselves and flourish. Have life in its fullness. Have whatever they need. And be there as women, as equal citizens who are able to make decisions about their lives. I think I've already talked about why are women, but I want to pick a few things why I have been personally very passionate about supporting women economic empowerment aspects. You realize that historically women are disadvantaged in the communities because of the norms,
the roles they have as women. And so you realize that because of the disadvantage that has culturally been within their environment, they are not able to assert their basic rights and even improve their social status. You know, there are places you're told women don't speak before men. You see, we come from those places, don't we? Those social norms that say, you know, sit down. I think I've traversed almost the whole of this country. And I have seen places where you go and women cannot sit together with men. And yet, decisions have to be made. And so as a programmer, you have to ask yourself, so how do they get to the table? And you have to think about how to circumnavigate around the social cultural dynamics and barriers that have been disadvantaging women over decades. Women have the responsibility of taking care of their children's nutrition, health, education, and well-being. And therefore, improving their opportunities will enable them to do that very basic thing of taking care of their children. And so once they gain skills and knowledge, they'll be able to overcome some of the obstacles in life and help them to develop within their societies. And when we empower women, we are setting them to a path that takes them to gender equality, poverty eradication, inclusive growth, and also contributing to the economical development. And I think we have nothing else to do. If there is nothing else we can do, is to set this path rolling and ensure that women are respected, they are confident, and they feel like they are equal part of the society. Allow me to go into some key pathways, which I feel are very critical when we talk about women economic empowerment, and we have the pathway that leads them to self-employment. We are looking at how to give them the power, the energy, the strength, the confidence. So there is a pathway that looks at leading the women towards being self-employed. And there is a pathway that looks at taking them to taking into the market out there and become what they need to be. Allow me to ask a question. How do you think we need to go about these two? How can we achieve self-employment pathway for women? Yes, my dear. Yes. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. 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 Yes. Mm. Brett, I don't have the privilege of knowing your name. Great, thank you. Wangeshi, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Basically, I think it's like you've already peeped into my next section. Basically, removing the barriers. Any other thought from the back, maybe? Yes, my dear. Mm-hmm.
Skills to do to do, let's say, to do business or to create services and to create products. Because I think self-employment is all about being able to design skills, services or products that can be taken to market and then you sell and you get income. So I think that is what slightly could be self-employment. Therefore, for you to be able to, for women, particularly women in marginalized people groups, communities, they should be able to be helped or facilitated to gain these skills or even to improve. And particularly in the current digital platforms, we have the marketing skills, the production skills, the marketing skills, the packaging skills, and all that. So I think that could really help. But also improving access to markets. Access to markets.
Beautiful. Yes, my.
There are some section of women, especially in the rural areas, who don't access the information on available opportunities to empower them. So I think one of the things also that we can think of doing is disseminating this information in accessible formats and trying as much as possible to reach the farthest behind.
Great. Beautiful. I saw my friend with a green hijab. Sorry, I don't have your names. I don't like calling people like that. But allow me to. Yes. Yes. Yes, Afia, please.
Grassroots women should be educated more. Because Isiolo, where I am coming from, ni mashinani, ni marginalized people. If grassroots women should be educated, tutamaliza bad, harmful, practical, cultural practical.
Beautiful. Where do you come from, Isiolo? Where from Isiolo? Okay. I'm working with some women. Another place I'll tell you. Yes, my friend.
Maybe if we identify and nurture the talents in women, then we can enable them to live independent lives and earn something that they can put in their pockets.
Nurturing their talents.
Another thing that you can do is also mentorship.
Beautiful. I can see my class. Let me hear some gentlemen here.
Thank you. This is he for she. I have two perspectives. One is I think male involvement is very, very important.
Yes.
So for this journey in terms of self-employment for women, male involvement is key. And then number two, I think the issue of policies that are favorable, conducive, policies that recognize self-employment for women as a livelihood support mechanism is very, very key by all players, of course, government, and also those policy decision-making systems. They are very key, I think, will make a contribution to this. Thank you.
Beautiful. He for she, another he for she. Then I'll go at the back, then I'll continue. I think this was supposed to be a few more days. Great.
Yes. After policy,
yes.
I think there will be a need to advocate for availability of seed grants to women organizations, even individuals, through the available funds that are there within governments, in order to make it possible for women to access capital. After they have gained all the skills, the formulation of policies are there, the awareness and information is granted, they need the power to kickstart.
Beautiful. And finally, the rest you'll forgive me because of time. I think we can continue. I have a few minutes left.
I believe when we are also understanding our culture, who we are, and women being able to embrace themselves from that point and accepting that they are a strong pillar. Because for a long time we have done that. And with the support of the men, because so many programs have been implemented with the female-only perspective. So we need to do a bit of inclusivity, a little bit of mainstreaming, because it's not only, we can't succeed in a community just where women only exist. So as we are, if you want that, any self-employment thing to work within the arena, we have to do inclusivity, mainstreaming, and also working with the various groups within the society.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. I think, allow me to, yes. Yes.
Within family members so that the women can be able to engage in employment.
Productive. Beautiful. This is a wonderful class. You know where I come from, we clap one, we call it kamoja. We just give ourselves kamoja. So, sugua kidogo. Sugua kamoja. That is for everyone. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I think I am in agreement with all this. And you realize that because of the place that the woman plays, wage employment may not be very feasible. And so we may need to start looking at how can we break the barriers, bring the skills, the resources, the knowledge, exposure. And I like what she's talking about. How can this work? Because that is where her biggest problem is. How can this 80% be shared at least to 60-40 so that she has at least more time to do productive work and make sure that she can earn some living for herself? And you realize that the wage employment path will take time because it looks at skill nurturing. And some of the women in our very deep places. I think I was watching one of the documentaries in the TV. Is it somewhere in Marsabit or Isiolo? There is an organization doing some beautiful work of helping women with adult literacy and information, and they were very excited. Somebody is like, I can write, I can read, I can manage my business record. You see, those small capacities that you can give them to be able to do what they can. When you want to follow the path for wage, it becomes a little bit tricky because it needs time and very specialized training, and maybe that would really fit for the young girls that would need to be shaped into wage employment. To summarize what you've just talked about, allow me to run through and summarize the discussions that we've had. And some of the things I think would really support is to make sure that we tackle the diverse norms that promote positive role models. I'm a product of a role model. When I was growing up, I come from somewhere very deep in the village. I had nothing to look up to, and there was a lot of hopelessness. But there was one girl that was in my village who was very committed with her studies, excelled, and she was very promising, and I decided to secretly follow her. So when I heard that she's gone to the university and I didn't know where there was, I used to work very hard because I wanted to be like her. To me, she looked like a superhuman. And I followed through her steps. I stand here as the only graduate within my village those days. And so I've come from... I can say she was the pulling effect for me. Because I saw something in her. She was a role model to me. I never used to talk to her by the way. Today she's never even heard that story I'm telling you. But she pulled me. I said I want to be like her. Why is she going to the university? What is university in the first place? And I was very curious. That shaped my life very early. I was the first graduate in my school. I was the first graduate in my village. I was the first graduate, and we continue. Because there was a role model. We have models in our communities, in our societies. Are we willing to set those models? that can pull somebody towards a bright future. Looking at the legal laws, protection issues. It is sad that we don't have any women economic empowerment law in this country. And yet it's a big space. Women are contributing so much in agriculture. In every industry, there is a lot of women force. We need to look at how can we challenge these legal systems and make sure that we have laws that do not discriminate. We have regulations that promote women empowerment. I think our government has really tried and has given a minimum of a third. But really, is that really what is needed? Is it just about a third? Is that all? What else can we do? And I think she talked about recognizing and reducing and distributing the unpaid work and care so that the woman can be freed from this unpaid work that takes a lot of her effort and her time. And looking into how can this woman be supported to build assets, both financial, properties, digital intelligence. We are in an era where you don't need to be anywhere to sell. You can sell your produce from your house. How can they be helped? And I think she talked about linkage to the market, to be linked to the people who need services. How can we explore her capacity to own property? What are these real barriers that we need to tackle and face? And basically, I think he talked about strengthening the visibility, collective action, and also representation. And I think I have moved beyond talking for them. I think I did some policy work for some time. It's really quite work, but I realized there is power in giving her the voice. And Uraia, I think we are in agreement. There is power in giving her the voice to speak for herself. There is power in helping her to be able to analyze through situations and package herself in a way that she can be heard. When you talk about lawmaking, regulation making, it's not about stories. It's about building critical evidence. Where is the evidence? How can she get the evidence that can be convincing to a lawmaker, that can be convincing to somebody in authority to say there is a change that needs to be done? It's about strengthening her capacity to speak up for herself and represent herself and push for the change that is needed for her. Looking at the public sector practices in employment, in procurement. And I think in our country, I was privileged to talk to her over lunchtime, and she was telling me how in her county she has been able to penetrate with her group into the county procurement processes. These are opportunities. What do they need to be able to get into these public sector aspects that are available? And I know because of the action, the women action, gender action, there is an expectation for women to do a particular percentage of the supplies. How are we preparing them? Not only to get the services and the goods ready for the market that is available, but what capacity are we giving them to penetrate these sectors and be able to get the economic development? We are in an environment that is really changing. Some days back, you go with your goods in the market. But right now, you need anything at the tap of your phone. You can buy things. You can order cooked food. You can order anything online. Where are our women doing business? How are they linking to the market? How close is the market? Because the context is rapidly changing, and we need to change with it. So how can we help them to penetrate into that? And I think as we think through those things and come into a conversation, it will help us to see how best are we now able to package them for the formal sector employment, to own their own enterprises, to do work and do bargaining that will help them. Engage in agriculture. I think because of the nature of majority of us, we are engaged in, we live in the village. I think very few people here in Nairobi, when I look at the room, I've talked to a few people. We come from down there. And I tell my farmers, because I'm also a farmer by profession, I also farm in my farm, by the way. Don't look at your farm like a place you go to pass time. When people are employed, go to the office every day and wait for their paycheck after 30 days. What is your farm going to pay you after the season? Do you have any target for the expectation in terms of the salary? Because we plow into skills, the people are employed. We plow into sharpening our expertise. We plow in being diligent and using our time productively to get promotions, get bonuses, get salary, to be retained, not to be sacked. Your farm and your business is your office. So what are you doing? Are you adding any value to your skill? Or you are still using the old way, tried and tested, of doing your business? Do you add your skill and knowledge? Are you exposed to what the world is doing? Do you have targets? Can you plan and say, this farm, I'm planning to get 50,000 in the next 3 months, so that you can plan your life? Or you live at the fate of what will happen? Good question to ask ourselves. As I wind up, because my time is very little, allow me to just share some of the things I have seen work in my life and also in my career. And some of the things that I'm also doing with women, and I've seen positive change in terms of their lives being transformed, their lives being changed within this country. And one of the things I think she talked about it is about looking at the barriers. Last week I was with some women from Nakuru, and we took 2 days to just look at what is happening in Nakuru. And one thing that I realized by the end of the 2 days is that women, where they are mostly engaged in, the businesses that they are doing are very simple, low capital businesses. By the time we were doing the gross margin analysis, it was like they realized they have been wasting their time, because they are doing a few chicken there. Somebody is doing very little vegetables there. And somebody says, I have an economic development activity. And then as we were doing the analysis, we realized that there is a place where there is so much demand in Nakuru for things to be supplied, for goods, for businesses that need engagement. And that is where all the men were. And then the question came, why? There is money there. And of course, you know the answers. We don't have the capital. We don't have the skills. We don't know the market. I don't have land. And we had a very candid conversation. And actually, we decided we want to go there, at that place where there is money, And to my surprise, we decided to pursue one of the lucrative businesses that men have been engaged in Nakuru. And it's called hay production. How many people know hay? We discussed. I was shocked. By the time we were finishing the engagement, the women said, you'll only invest 250,000 and you'll get 1.5 million in cash. Why? Do you need land to grow grass? Yes, you do, right? Do you need to hold a title to get land to grow grass? No, you can. How much time will it need for you to be in the whole 1 acre plowing and doing all that stuff? Nothing, isn't it? Grass you broadcast, you know, it's natural germination. So you only need the initial seed, money to lease your land, and equipment to do baling. And they left that place convinced that in the next 3 months, they are starting something. What if we did not look at that corner? Because we were like, this is for men. I don't have land. That's why I don't do hay production. And many other things. I think we prioritized 3 key things Nakuru women are going to be doing in the next few years. And I can assure you, we did know that it would help them. Are we able to look within our area? What is it that can be done? What is the barrier? It was land. We realized you need only 3,000 to lease an acre for a whole season. And you realize women are left at the basement of the pyramid. They are doing so much. That's why I'm saying women are so much in production. They are engaged in business. They are doing so much in their farms. They are all over the place. The problem is we have been doing things that cannot give us any impact. When you do your vegetable production there, you're selling, it's by chance. If I don't get it, if it's enough for me. So basically we are doing basic consumption, food production, and basic need. And then you are talking about, that is your office. That farm. Chicken, they are your employers. So how can women be helped to come up with the business plans, even for the little things they are doing? Come with a business plan to produce eggs. Enhance your chicken. Enhance your poultry garden. Do a 1/4 acre. You get sales with somewhere. And you get more money. Women are already doing these things. But what is there? The scale is the problem. The scale is the problem. So we need to look at what are the opportunities, what are the barriers, and could be legal, could be cultural, could be societal, that prevent them from participating in the economic development activities. We need to sit down, take time, and analyze the context. Nakuru is not like Isiolo, because I have some women there doing a lot of tomato production. Nakuru is not like Ukambani. I know I have farmers there who are doing some hay baling as well, and goats, gala goats, somewhere down there. Nakuru is not like Marsabit up there. Women there are doing beadwork. Gums and raisins. They don't need a lot of land. They go and collect gums and raisins in the trees. They package and sell. Which opportunities are there? How can we support them? And as we analyze our context, the next step is look at how can we promote their power. We said economic empowerment is around giving them the power and the ability. So how can we promote their power within themselves? And I think we've talked about this. I'm not going to dwell into that. Power within for economic development looks at the skills for what you want to do. If I say I want to go into poultry production, do I have the skills? If I want to go tailoring, what is my skill? Do I have the skills? And getting to be able to get the financial abilities. Financial literacy. I think like those women I met somewhere up there. Financial literacy. as they go into economic empowerment. Because when you talk about empowerment, it's about business. Do they have the capacity to manage their finances? Do they have the entrepreneurship skills to manage their business? Know how to manage their capital, their profit, their gross margin calculations at their level? Do they have that? And also to manage their own businesses, because empowerment is about transactions. It's about money. Do they have the business management capacities? And of course, literacy and numeracy, I talked about that. And of course, building self-esteem and self-confidence. I was in Kilifi a few days, I think it's 2 weeks ago, and I met some lady who was telling me that she has a neighbor who she's trying to work with into the business. And she started packaging peanuts because she got some little capital. But she doesn't have the confidence to talk. So she's packaged. Number one, she's not able even to present herself in a way that people can be attracted to buy her peanuts. Are they packaged in a way that they are able to go for what they want? Do they have the esteem and the confidence to engage? We are looking at promoting their agency and also assets. I think about that. Giving them the capacities to be able to decide, make decisions at their family level, at the community level, ability to access services, and also social protection. Social protection is very important because when there is need for example, government subsidies and all those things, they alleviate our income. If she can access school fee subsidy for her children, then her money will be used to grow her business. If she's able to get NHIF, for example, for her household, then the money she gets from her profit is cushioned from medical use. So we are looking at making sure that she has social protection mechanisms. As we invest into these entrepreneurship opportunities, are we protecting their income from other basic needs that will be eating into it? And of course, engaging with the markets. And this is about talking to the market, has something to do with market information. Where's the market in the first place? Do I even know where the market is? Do I have the negotiation skills? Are we able as a women group to engage with the market productively? And one of the things we really fail when it comes to markets is because we never think about sustainably maintaining and sustaining the market. You say, oh, we are a women group. We want to go and look for a tender from Naivas. And you go, you get the tender to supply what? Kales, eggs. So we start, we are 30, we already have our plan. And then you realize that you give the first supply and you cannot do the next order because you did not have what we call a production plan. So how can we help them? My second last. So we are looking about promoting their financial resources and asset control, making sure that they have opportunities to include, to work with finances and all that. And we have a very powerful tool that brings women together to save and to loan. This has been a very powerful tool for women economic development because they save their little money, they borrow for themselves, they do their small businesses, and they grow their business. And as they continue, our work is to link them to the markets, to link them to financial institutions, create linkages, and also support context-appropriate enterprise development. So those are some of the things that would promote financial resource and asset control. And finally, we are looking at promoting the social assets, power with, to be able to work together with friends, groups, and I think most of you are in groups. Being in groups bring what we call social capital. And it is a place where you can be able to support each other. And of course, creating linkages to social networks. I'm happy that we have networks here, civil society organizations that can build your capacity, hold your hands to grow, and of course, enhancing partnerships with every person around the place. And of course, we have the enablers, which we are talking about, the legal and political forces. I'll not go into details. I think I can share later. Economic forces. The market is a shifting place. Right now, the shilling is dropping. How is that affecting them? These are things that affect or enable their environment. Environmental forces. If you are a woman who is rearing goats there, and there is drought, environment will definitely impact you. If I'm a crop farmer and there is no rain, so how am I built to be resilient to these environmental forces? And of course, being able to work with the technology, be up to date so that you are not obsolete. And of course, socio-cultural opportunities and also enablers. Thank you. Allow me
Great
to stop
research,
at
great
this.
research. Let's give her a round of applause. Hold it right there. While we still have her on stage, look at each other. Tell them something you've learned from her session. Look at somebody and tell them what you've learned from her session. Ukiona mtu amenyamaza sana, that means, hey, this afternoon was fantastic. Did you learn something from this session? Yes. Okay, do you think you have questions for her? Because we're going to into brief moment for question and answer. If there's a question for Jedida, are there questions for Jedida? Hamatuta has a lot of wisdom, tafadhali. If you have a question, let me see, you raise your hand up. Is there? Right, that was fantastic. They are machines. Is there a question? Oh, really? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm audible enough. Okay.
When is it for online?
Thank you for that great presentation. This one is from my observation. Because sometimes you can find women who are already educated, they are working, like a case that I know. And what happened was that this lady was working with the government. So she was somebody who was educated up to the diploma level. But what was very interesting is that she bought a piece of land in town that she wanted to develop, but the husband wouldn't allow her to do it. He actually told her that he cannot allow women to construct for him. And this plot was for the lady. She wanted to construct some rental houses. So as I was trying to think when you were having the discussions, I was also thinking about how we can change the attitudes, not only of women but also of men. Because now the husband had to get the money and develop the plot himself, which was bought by the wife. Thank you.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is affecting us is our culture and the social norms that we have. That it's only men who need to have title deeds. But also I think when you talk about empowerment, we are looking at how, and I think he talked about it, how can we bring the whole family together? Because when you work together, there are processes that we take families together. They come up with what we call a common family vision. When the family vision for economic empowerment is commonly agreed upon, then whatever investment we are making, we make for the benefit of the family. And I think the sad situation is when even men do development without involving their wives. And God forbid, somebody dies, all that wealth disappears. So it's about how can we work with approaches that bring the whole family and everybody to think through together. And CARE has a very beautiful approach. that I have worked with the FAO to pilot in 3 counties in this country. And it has very good tools. Household visioning, gender balance tree, those are things we can talk in a very detailed session. But there are processes. The problem is, don't work with one person. Don't go and invest alone. By the way, I didn't share my story. When I got married, I had a land that I had for myself. And I realized my husband was very uncomfortable. So we decided to dispose it and buy a bigger land together, and that's where we have built our home. So that's depends, case by case. Not mine, but I know men can really be threatened. Yes. I'm sorry for
especially now that we're empowering women. You know, niko na mali yangu, don't worry, you know. Yeah, so please make sure that you network with her. Any other question? So we don't close for you.
Oh, yes. Okay, please give a round of applause.
I think when you're seated,
we have like few more questions for the
researchers and resource mobilizers. So.
My name is Gladys. My question is about women who, about the mindset. I think it's a problem of mindset because like many women with disabilities, let me use that example. When you're trying to do self-employment, the approach is usually giving them a small business, like sales on the street, a small shop. So they are used to having that, and the business never expands. So I don't know what approach would be the right one to ensure that they are not only given that small business, but they have the information about how they make the small business that they start being to be a bigger one and a more sustainable one.
Jedida, you have a quick response for that?
One of the things we have talked about skills. And I cannot overemphasize. When you talk about business, big people have business plans. Do you have your business plan? What is your strategic direction? What is your goal? What is your growth plan? What are you investing? What are you expecting? I think the biggest problem is because I'm also a businesswoman. You get into the business and you don't think about growing the business. So usually what happens, the business is not able to give you profit and plow into you, and that is where you're paying yourself. A business takes at least 5 years to start paying itself and paying you. But this woman has no other source of livelihood. So she will not make business, she will say 20,000 today, and she thinks all is her money. But her only shillings is 2,000. So she decided today I had a lot of sales. We are going to eat nyama choma and chips and go outing. So you eat your profit and your capital. So slowly by slowly you start consuming your business within 2 years. Actually, statistics have it that if a business succeeds 2 years, it's really stabilized. So it's about enabling them to see the business management, what is the plan, calculating what is the profit and how to manage those dynamics. And of course, plowing into the business to grow. Don't start a business and it is your only source of income. Make sure that you have an extra source that sustains the business. You need to sustain the business the first years, then it will sustain you once it matures.
Okay, thank you so much, Jedida. Thank you. Let's give another round of applause. Before we go to the next session, which is going to be very short, sweet, and telegraphic, like I said, we're going to do an exercise that will call for your concentration. Tell your neighbor concentration. It's called simple but complex. When I used to grow up, we sang I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men. How many of us sang that song? Beautiful. So what's gonna do is when I say I will make, M begins with an M. You're a male. Stand up. I will. Are you trying to stand up? Okay. Let's give it a try. I will make you. I want contributions now. Okay? Alright? So, I will make you fishers of men. People are still confused. They don't know whether they're female or not. Fishers is F. They're for female. Okay? Men, M. So I expect men to stand up. Let's give it another try. Okay? I will make you fishers of men. Fishers of men. I guess you are confused. Fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men. If you follow me, if you follow me, if you make you fishers of men if you follow me. Give yourself a round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, before we have Eric and Rose, I think we have questions for them. If you have questions for them, raise your hand up. We will take all the questions and respond to them. Anyone? Yes? Gladys, is it? Yes. And it seems like you really want some grants here. Okay, yeah. This is the time to ask for money, yeah?
My question is about an organization that has not been there for long. It's not well established. And I was asking, what are the avenues of getting doing proposals and getting the resources or the grants for funding, getting resources through funding if you're not yet established. If there are any avenues, if you can get it as a group, or if you can make other partnerships that will make you eligible to get the grants.
Okay. Yeah. You can go there then. You can go there. Yeah. Don't spoil your eyes right now. Just go to the, yeah.
Yeah, interesting that you raised that question because...
Yes. It's not handheld, yeah.
Interesting that you raised that question because two things. You remember the mechanism that he was demonstrating earlier just before lunch? That kind of takes you from a general place into very, very specific places where you can look at your organization and fit yourself in, see where you fit in. Example quickly is, I just mentioned when I was speaking about a proposal I was working on right now that talks about that you don't need a lot of English. And that specifically says it's for beginners, it's for people who have not asked for funds anywhere before. You are also eligible as a small organization that is a startup. It gives all the... It favors what you have just described. Maybe I'll share that with you and you can look at it. So yeah, while you're looking for your funder, look for where you fit in. Because if you're looking for funding, follow what he was just demonstrating and get yourself to a place that suits where you are as an organization.
All right, thank you very much, Rosemary.
Before I sit down, I promised to share with you a quote, now I've got it, of a proposal that was submitted, and this is what came from the funder. Now I've got the exact quote. Your proposal was traditional. It had nothing intriguing, It had nothing unusual. Not even clever. That is it.
I wouldn't want to entertain such a judge.
Please, let me just touch shortly what Rose has said about the opportunities. One of the way forward from my presentation was, one, subscription to platforms, and two was establishment of consortium. I know we have members from different principal partners. I'm talking about CREW and Crown Trust. And all those partners, the WROs here, they have
different capacities. Nowadays, donors are funding consortiums and consortia. And one consortia can have different thematic areas. For example, MOAP, which I like it from Coast, they are so good in advocacy. Maybe RDI or Osiaya Muungano, they are good in lobbying. So when you're doing that proposal that Rosemary was saying, you're going to include all these capacities. So a donor will be so comfortable funding a consortium of 5 partners, 1, taking care of advocacy, 2, lobbying, 3, capacity building. So I think, I'm sure you'll come up with your way forward after this convening. Think of consortia. Just work with your partners and do what other implementing partners, I mean, WROs are working on. Then you can form a very good cluster of consortia.
Thank you. This is not going to be a very popular opinion, so it's a disclaimer. And thank you, Rosemary, for the presentation. And the more I listened to you, the more I saw many barriers that has been set, especially for the organizations, that some of the organizations that are here, that to be able to access those resources, there are real barriers to access that money. So I'm asking myself, is there another conversation that is happening with the people with the money? And why, for me, this is important? The work being done by the organization here, they feel a big gap of work that needs to be done by government, and yet they are not done. So is there another conversation as we speak to the women's rights organization and we tell them, these are all the things they need to do? Are we also speaking to the donors to make it more flexible and accessible for these resources? Because they will continue putting those tires as barriers. And the more they create, the more inaccessible those resources are. I think there needs to be a shift of how funding is set up. Thank you.
Related to what Wangeshi has just asked, looking at the model that Global Affairs Canada has adopted, and you see this, they adopted after listening to the views of women's rights organizations at the Women Deliver Conference. Is it possible as women's rights organizations or organizations that are seeking funding to actually get sittings with donor agencies or funders, to be able to make pitch on ideas of suggestions on funding outside of how they traditionally fund. Is that a possibility?
Allow me to start with this one.
All right.
Because it's the freshest on my mind. Yes, that's possible. And I'll give you a very live. I'll give you a very live example of something that, allow me to say we, because I was part of it. I was not. Something that was tried in September, which was exactly what you described. And we called it the donor marketplace. And it was actually organized by NetFund, National Environmental something program. Yeah. That's a government department. But brought in now resource mobilization people, a team of myself and a few others. And what we did over time is discuss with a range of donors. And the plan was to literally put them under trees in a nice place in Naivasha and give them a seat under a tree. And this is that donor, that's the Italians, that's the WHO, that's the WHO. And a week before we did that, we sat with people who said, I think I have a great idea, which we were able to discuss and put on a one-pager, a concept. So we went through the concept, like 50 or so of them, and the ones we found were feasible, we did a bit more work on it. So we had the funders, and you are able to go to a funder and present your case in 7 minutes. Because we figured if you're going to go there with a 10-pager proposal, how many people will the funder hear? So we had a range of donors, the main ones. And people presented, and I'll tell you, it went beyond our expectation. And there are lots of people who were told this, oops, gender issues. This idea looks very good, but we don't like the way you put it. How about we change this to that? How about you change? And we're able to make those changes that evening before the donors left. And we had a huge percentage of people in the room who left assured of funding. Yeah? So what you've just described is totally possible. It takes quite a bit of work because you have to prepare like this end, the applicant, prepare the donors, and then prepare that forum now when you put them together. And what we did not want is to bring out the donors and give them what I call shoddy things. That's why it took us a week to go over those things and say, change this, don't put it like that, don't do that. And that was a very, very successful thing, exactly what you've described. Now, the question from Wangeshi. You know, the barriers are really there, huge, big ones. And there are very many ways that people get funding that we sometimes wonder as trainers in resource mobilization, are these things that we should be encouraging organizations to do or not? And I'll give you just one example. We're sitting with a team of donors in a kind of informal setting where you've had a session like this the whole day, now you're having dinner. And he said, a lot of proposals, concepts that are funded are written on serviettes. Quote, you've heard that, I'm sure. Yeah, so we're having dinner, and I tell you, I was thinking that maybe, and this person pulls on a serviette and said, you said what? It would be where? It would be called what? You know the 5 Ws? They fit on a serviette. I tell you they do because mine have fitted on a serviette several times. And the person will go away and look at it and say, okay, fine, give me a concept proper. You give a concept, give me a full proposal. And sometimes we debate with our fellow resource mobilization trainers and say, is this something we should be telling people to do? Because it's so informal, and yet many times it leads to things being funded. You will remember on my notes I said, wait for request for proposals or otherwise solicited. I put those words there intentionally. It can be not a formal published request for proposals, but you've had a chat with somebody and they've said, you sound like you're saying interesting things. Just send me something. That's what I was calling otherwise solicited. But I don't know, it begins to touch on ethics. I don't know. It's very, the line is thin over there. The line is very thin on, is that how it should go? How formal should we make this whole exercise? How far towards informal should we go? I think you're getting my drift, right? Yeah, so the barriers are placed usually in the form of formality. You are only eligible if, and I tell you those ifs can be very many. You only qualify if, no. The barriers are there, Wangeshi, for sure, they're there. But now finding ways of going around them. So far for me, what has seemed to work, this idea that Amdani just mentioned, something like that where you're balancing between serious formality and where you're saying, how about we sit like this and talk? that for me is the in-between. And I felt that that thing we tried out in September is something we should try more. Just getting people to sit around a table like that and chat and talk about it and see, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Nah, I don't think so. To me, that's like the halfway house between very, very formal and the Soviet story.
Certainly, we need a whole week for this. We only have two more questions.
Florence.
You're asking a serious question?
All right. Three more questions.
Thank you for this opportunity. I think mine is about the donor world that is shrinking. And I'm asking what is your advice to organizations in terms of sustainability? I think it's the high time we start thinking about sustaining the organizations and consider, maybe the donors to consider a certain reserves in the budget whereby we can put aside a certain percentage of resources that can be invested by organizations so that even after the exit of the donor, the organization continues with your work. Thank you.
Right, don't answer yet. Okay, let's ask a question, and then Florence, and then you can answer them all recently. Okay, so you want to respond to whatever they say? Yes.
I also have a question. In the morning session, you talked about mapping. As an organization, we have done mapping, and we have identified maybe several donors who you would like to work with. They have not solicited for the proposals.
How do we go about it? And maybe we don't have an avenue where we can meet them, talk to them, give them our serviette. Yeah.
You didn't hear that from me. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Let Florence respond then you speak up. Okay.
Hi everyone. So I got excited, so I started writing on the serviette. So a few pieces of advice for those of you who work for very small organizations but still have important ambitions. And that's based on the three WDL projects that we worked with at Care Canada. So one of those things is, as part of the WDL project, you have developed policies. You have developed strategic plans, most of you. Sprinkle that in your proposals. You want to look serious. You want to increase the trust of the person who's reading this. You might have 3 staff and 12 volunteers, but you can sprinkle in there that this proposal matches with your strategic plan priorities. And that as per your HR manual, you will be remunerating staff based on X, Y, and Z. Sprinkle that in there. Plug in all the policies, all the documents you have developed as part of this project. That was the whole purpose. Okay? Also, put the donors you have worked with forward in your proposals. It doesn't hurt to slip in there that you've had funding from the Canadian government so far, plus who knows what else you have gotten. Sprinkle that in there, even if it is in-kind donations. Put that in your proposal. You want to increase the trust that the reader has in your organization. Also, and I'm coming back to Jadida's presentation earlier, steal all of that vocabulary as relevant for your proposal. Of course, do your homework, put those concepts in your proposals. And using the right terminology will make you look more serious, okay? Also, if you're drafting a proposal and you have just drafted one 3 weeks ago on the same topic, do what I call clever recycling. Quite a bit of the proposal you wrote 3 weeks ago can be recycled for this new use, okay? Just be very careful. You don't want to write a proposal to UNICEF where in the text you're asking funds from UNDP. Oops. Do not do that. Clever recycling. Not everything can be recycled, and we need to be very careful with that, but it can save you a lot of time. So if you're drafting 67 proposals in the same year, I'm hoping that some of that is clever recycling. not 67 individual efforts. You will not sleep at night. So keep in mind clever recycling. Also, one last piece of advice. If a donor allows you to ask for a certain percentage for overhead, say 10%, ask for the whole 10%. Small organizations tend to ask for just a few percents because they think it will make them look too greedy if they ask for the full percentage. Ask for all of that percentage. You deserve it. You have staff to pay, you have light to pay for, you have a rent to pay for. Ask for it all. That's what the donor is willing to pay. Go for it. Don't undermine yourselves. And finally, on Wangeshi's question about the donors, what we see is that there's growing interest among donors to fund community-based organizations, women's rights organizations. But here, and that's my very last point, there's a responsibility within CARE among the principal partners to bring that up. For instance, if a new project is designed, could we offer the donor to work with local WROs that we are already in contact with? Totally. Worst case scenario, they say no. But there's definitely, there is value in trying, in spreading the gospel, saying that we've worked on a project funded by the Canadian government that was exceptionally successful. And therefore, if that donor is willing to take on that risk, like for that project, it can really pay off. So that's an invitation to the principal partners, to colleagues at CARE, and to everyone who's in a position to uplift a sister to do so. That's very much what we should be doing.
I love the way you just look like it's doable. Except for that, something can we email it to you? Right, over to you. Yes.
Yeah, I think the questions have been pretty much covered, maybe except just for the exit. There was something on exit there. Interesting, we're discussing that over lunch. An organization I work for, policy was that as we are launching a project, as we are starting, a key thing at the beginning is the exit strategy. And the exit strategy is on both sides. It is clear that this is a 3-year project, 5-year project, whatever. But let the recipient, the partner, the organization that is being funded, have mechanisms of keeping it clear in their mind constantly and consistently that this will end. This will end. I observe a lot of panic in organizations when it's like, oh my goodness, there's 6 months left. There's 3 months left. And it's like, so you didn't know? Have you just found out? I mean, it's like, I don't know if this is an insensitive example. It's like you suddenly get into labor and you're thinking, oh my goodness, what happened? You didn't know this was going to happen? So we would normally, in any project or program, have mechanisms along the way that is checking with the organization. So when it gets to this point, what happens? When it gets to this point, what happens? The person who raised the question asked about putting aside a certain amount of money so that when the donor funding is over, then you have this fallback. Yeah, I guess that's a way of going about it, but I was wondering whether this would be own funds or another donor, but I don't think a donor is going to give you money to put aside. I don't think so. So it is for the organization to think through, and I think that's where the strategic plan again comes in very, very handy. I told you earlier, it has multiple roles, that strategic plan. Think about from the beginning of your project, think about at the end of the 3 years, at the end of the 5 years. So what will we be doing? But do not plan to have those discussions 6 months before the project ends. Begin to have them at the beginning of the project. Begin to have your strategies at the beginning of the project. That's what I would advise.
Well, thank you very much. I think we've had fun and we have all our questions answered, right? Have you enjoyed this session?
Really? Have you enjoyed this session? Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, Rosemary. Thank you, Florence. Eric, I want you to give us your parting shot.
Okay. No, actually, it's just an addition. It's not a closing remarks. Someone asked me a question about lunch hour,
about the subscription. All those search engines I gave you on platforms, you have to subscribe. But they have a free account. But there's a very basic search engine and it's not expensive. Fads for NGOs. So how many have subscribed to Fads for NGOs? Please, by show of hand. Okay, great. Do you know Fads for NGOs has sample proposals? Do you know that? Any thematic area you want, just go there and key in whatever you want to write about, you'll receive sample proposals. Did you know that? This, I think, it's there. There are thousands and thousands of sample proposals. Can you do it? Just do it right away. First, for NGO, if you have an account, just say sample proposals. You'll get gender equality proposals, women empowerment, everything for free. But make sure that you don't plagiarize it, because it's copy and paste. Customize as what Florence has said. Number 2, we have other high-end or premium platforms. You're talking of defects, development aid, called aid, D-Portal, donor tracker. I think through your principal partners is something that can be, you can think of it. At Uriah Trust, I'm sure you'll be subscribing to some of these, and they will be very linked to share, call for proposals with our partners. So it's something that we can think about. The last one, what Rosemary has said, I was part of it in Naivasha, and we pitched. But I pitched as a university lecturer because I could read like Uriah. So I'm a witness to what she said. We started with Naivasha, then Nakuru, then Mombasa. So what am I saying? There are so many available trainings on resource mobilization in Kenya. Next month, I'm doing, I'm not a KFPA, that's Kenya Association of Advisors Professionals, but already there's a workshop. Next month is done by KFPA and NetFad from 23rd to 28th of May. And all what you are training, not actually sharing, you'll be taught there, and maybe Rosemary will be there. So take advantage of her. And also there is another one in August, I presume. Am I marketing these trainings? No, I'm saying this because I have realized that you want to be sustainable, to do very good proposals, but you have not set aside anything on fundraising. You don't have a budget. Actually, the poorest people are the resource mobilizers in organization. Because you need your own budget as a resource mobilizer or mobilization department. In fundraising world, if you want to raise 100 million, your budget must be about 30%, isn't it? That's around 30 million. For you to raise 100 million. Where I come from, a shilling is reflected by another shilling. So I know you have EDs here. I'm sure Paul, my boss, is not listening to this. But if you are a resource mobilizer and you are the one who is doing proposals, just ask your supervisor to have a budget. Lastly, involve your BOT members in resource mobilization. An SMT, that's senior management team. If Paul doesn't support my work, I won't go far. Hello? When I present, I need a clap. The one clap up. No, the one Jacqueline taught us. One, thank you.
Thank you very much,
Rosemary and Eric. I'm going to leave you to sit. Parting shot, I think we're going to finish the show. So today, thank you very much for that session that we just had. Let's give him a round of applause. You have been tweeting. We left analog and tulisema tumetoka digital analog
tuko digital. How many have been tweeting? Have you been tweeting? Oh, yeah. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to announce the winners for today's tweets.
And those who have used very well the social media.
Some of us are still strange to social media. Tunaona Facebook
we talk about Facebook. We say, we talk about hashtags. You hash name.
You know, I talked about
tags and tag us and tag you. To understand the number, but there's of us who are animals that are more equal than others. My dear sister from Iteso, or my dear sister from all the way. Have you tweeted? You did tweet? Which platform did you use? Did you use Facebook? Did you use Instagram? Did you? Many good. Okay, sawa. I don't want to waste time because our time is fast spent. The winners for today are the two winners. They did drum roll. Keep rolling, they did.
Ayuko kwa hii table. Keep rolling, Daddy, keep rolling. I don't know whether they are here in this table. Hey. And if they're from your table, you should be a proud table. The first winner I'm going to announce is Marangu. Hey! Who is Marangu? Hey, Baba. I told you big things come in small packages. And you are at Mark Shem. There you go, Marangu. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Marangu. The second winner for today. Hey, tweeting very well. Talking about us everywhere. Telling every Tom, Dick, and Harry kwamba we exist. These women are being empowered. The winner is... Ulisemaje ile story nani? Oh, kweli umetweet. Hey, by the way. Huyu mpatieni credit nani? Okay. Let's go. The winner for the other winner is Mose Mapenzi. Mose Mapenzi. Na kama yuko. Hey, this table, hey. This is a table for winners. Tomorrow don't leave. Tomorrow don't say. This is the active table. Congratulations. And your handle is at Fatbell. Hey. Hey, me, I was wondering, Mose ni mwanaume mara mbili. Are we getting gender sensitive? Kumbe wewe ndio Mose. He's a what? He's a Mijikenda. Mose. Atinoni. Mose. Hata mimi beni Mijikenda we. Zahalo ni mgiriama kwa jo. Na manito kigiriama. Mose wa hiko. Ni mgiriama mbariani. Don't worry. Ni ujaluo umeniingia. Don't worry. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, there's a honorable who has been making us proud. This is the honorable mention. This award goes to This award goes to none other than unanipenda hivyo nani? This goes to Wangeshi Wachira. Woo! Wangeshi, where is Wangeshi Wachira? Please, can you get the honorable reward to Wangeshi Wachira? Wangeshi, where is Wangeshi? Oh, Wangeshi, stand up so that people can know that you are the Wange for the she that we've been looking for. You are the Wangeshi. What are you giving to your honorable? Bwana, this is honorable. Sasa aende kajibambe peke yake. Ama this is going to be like, what? Did you say a night for two? A night for two? Where? Mombasa. That's how I tell you. Okay, to Mombasa, my dear. I know you've been to Mombasa. You are looking forward for Dubai. Another round of applause for Wangeshi. So take us seriously. Tomorrow we will come back, please. If you've not been tweeting, men tweet, women tweet, children tweet, boys tweet, girls tweet. Tweet. If you're a twat, you become the winner and you get rewards like this. That's it for today, guys. We have been fantastic. I want to call upon Maureen. Maureen, please come.
forward. Maureen, oh, there you go. Maureen is going to wrap this session for us. And I've been your MC for today. My name is Helen Olivia Kotomolo. Nyar nyakat. Makine na kawuto tadongo na therefore.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. So, I mean, that was a interesting day. There's a lot that has gone around. I missed some of it, I have to admit. But I have a good feeling that I'm from Uraya Trust, and I work with them as their admin HR. So I'm really happy to be here, and I also support some of the WROs in the WRO project, and I'm happy to see them here. So basically, what is going to happen after this is that we are going to have our dinner. And the theme is African attire. Huh? Yeah. Sounds about interesting and exciting. Yes. So what do you think? Let's not panic because I can see a few people here. So what we are going to do is, we have the exhibition stands right at the back. So I'll be walking around during the dinner just to check if you have something, anything. You could be in jeans and a nice top, but then you have a bracelet. I will let that pass. But if you don't, yeah. So, but karibuni sana. So we are going to just break and then freshen up, and then meet for the dinner at 6:30. So there's So there's the pool. Yeah, we all have been passing past the pool. There's a sitting area, like right outside that where we're having our dinner and the lunches and everything. There's that sitting area. That's where we're going to have the dinner. And then it's important to note that we will only be paying for soft drinks. So, yeah, sorry, I know, right? So anything you take, which is not a soft drink, then you have to, pay for it yourself. I know, right? Well, so then also, we have a few of us who are leaving tomorrow. So if you're going to check out, please check out by 10 a.m. So that means by the time you're going for your breakfast, you're walking out with your suitcases and everything. Because, I mean, you stay in the rooms longer, they assume you're going to spend the night here, and then you're going to get billed for that. So please, by the time you're leaving for your breakfast, just, kindly come out with your luggage. And then also, I have to mention this, we do not like to talk about some of the things that happen when we are checking out of rooms, is when we have staff missing. And then we have to delay the checkout process. So please, if you're not sure what you can carry with you, please ask the stuff that you can carry with you. And then the stuff that you cannot lift, yes. So it is nice to say this because, again, we don't want to keep people here tomorrow during the checkout process, considering we'll still have the program continuing. And then also, finally, we need to be careful while walking around at night. It gets really dark. I'm still trying to, find my own signal. I get lost. I'm still getting lost. So let's be careful again. If you can do the buddy system, make sure you're with someone. If you're not so sure about where your room is, where you're supposed to be going for your meals, and everything. So apart from that, asanteni sana, kila mtu tunashukuru. We are thankful for your insights, your contributions, and the effort you have put into, the whole event. We look forward to tomorrow. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. And enjoy your dinner. Bon appetit. Yes. Yes, okay. 6 p.m. 6 p.m. I've seen some, yes. Thank you, Dorothy. So 6 p.m., please buy something. Those are some of the sustainability projects that our WROs are actually, So those are from Akina Mama. So karibuni sana na asanteni. Yes, we can now leave.
the sounds of R&B entertainment.
At 17 we fell in love. High school sweethearts. Love was so